Welcome everybody to the August 20th, 2024 meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's have the roll call of members, please.
Shauna Black.
Yeah, Lee's here.
Ms. Black may be arriving later this evening. Travis Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Amanda Champion. Here. Susan Curry. Ms. Curry plans on arriving later this evening also. Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Rich John. Ann Corman.
Here.
Lane.
Here.
Mr. Mezzi will be arriving late also. Veronica Pillar has been asked to be excused. Lee Shirtliff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here.
9 members present.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Susan Curry is online now.
Susan Curry's arrived virtually.
Here.
10 members present.
Presentation of proclamations, petitions, communications, and notices. I don't think there are any tonight. We will have one executive session. I'll announce the purpose of it later on. And as far as reordering of business, if I have everyone's permission, I would like to move up Resolution N and also move up the consent agenda, if that's acceptable.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, we'll do consent right after privilege of the floor. So let's start with privilege of the floor for the public. This is a chance for members of the public to come and speak before the legislature. You're speaking. If you want to speak tonight, please go to the back of the room, grab one of these blue cards, fill it out, bring it up, and sign it. And if you are signing this blue card, you are agreeing to the following rules. I agree to a 3-minute time limit. I agree not to raise my voice. Agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. After 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions while other members of the public or legislature are speaking. I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. And we will have on the screens, we'll have a timer clock, a 3-minute timer clock going so you can keep track of where you're at. Okay, first up is Bethany Mays. Bethany Mays. Huh? Okay. Oh, is that person on Zoom maybe?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. Also via Zoom, Martha Robertson, former chair of the Tompkins County Legislature. Welcome, Martha.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, go ahead.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. Martha Robertson from the town of Dryden. Pleasure to see you tonight. I'm calling in tonight because I'm concerned about the Green Capital Plan, the Green Facilities Plan that was announced with great optimism and fanfare just a couple of years ago when I was on the legislature. And I see that it is not funded at all. Phases 2 and 3 are not funded in your 24 budget. And there was some hope, thanks to the Caswell Road solar facility that was that Terry Carroll worked really hard on to work with NYSERDA, and there was going to be lease payments of about $200,000 a year. I think it was in June when you folks decided to allocate those payments toward the Green Facilities Plan, so you could keep moving forward on the really, really important work of making sure that you're adopting, as you know, the new technologies, and even if it costs a little bit extra money to make our facilities as green as possible. At a peak last week, the announcement, Terry made the announcement, unfortunately, that NYSERDA is pulling out of that project. So the Caswell Solar project is not going to happen. Therefore, those revenues won't be realized. So I just think you got a, $250 million budget. I hope that you can find a couple $100,000 to put towards the green facilities plan and keep those projects moving forward, and make sure that Arel and Terry have the full support of the legislature to do the environmentally right thing. I think we all know that climate change is costing us more every year than we're spending on it. So I really hope, and I guess this message is also to the county administrator and the budget staff, find $200,000 so that the green facilities plan can move forward, and or more. Any one of those investments is an investment in the future, and it's really important. Tompkins County used to be a leader in this area, and I hope you maintain that going forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next up is Shelley Michelle Nunn.
Thank you. They could use your rules at the federal level. They're good. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shelley Michelle Nunn, and I am a longtime resident and homeowner in Tompkins County, more than 40 years. I am here to support the Community Justice Center, run by Mona Lita Smiley. As you are aware, Executive Order 203 was handed down in 2020, mandating that all law enforcement agencies revamp how they police, centering the voices of those most negatively impacted by policing. The county and the city did an amazing job at getting input from these particular communities. There were 15 focus groups involving 130 county residents and roughly 30 one-on-one interviews with those unhoused. In addition, there were 8 law enforcement focus groups. And to my knowledge, the Executive Order 203 is still in place. I believe it would be a mistake to defund the CJC because it has not been in existence long enough to counter the problems. It takes time, more than 3 years, to address the injustices that have occurred. For the short amount of time that it has been in existence, it has had a significant impact. God forbid that if there were something to happen here, the relationships garnered through the existence of the hubs and the healing groups would be valuable resources, particularly for dealing with traumatized communities. There's still issues in this community. On 2 separate occasions, I was interacting with Black males who are at high-level positions at one of the campuses. And one of the individuals had been here 1 month, and he told me he had been stopped 4 times. 4 times. The other individual, there was longer stories about his encounters and interactions. So we're still hearing the things that we heard back in 2020 from residents, so there's still a need to continue this work. I know that you are also aware that most of people negatively impacted, who are most negatively impacted by law enforcement, are moving further and further out of the city. So it's not just the city, it's the county. The other thing that I would mention that I thought was interesting when we were going through this process, many people didn't make a distinction between IPD and the Sheriff's Department. I would actually get calls complaining about something that IPD had done, but it happened outside of the city, so it wasn't. So people don't necessarily distinguish between IPD and the deputy's office. The healing sessions will continue to. The healing sessions will continue to prove to be a great value and more opportunities for law enforcement and community members. I will just end it at that. That's it.
You can feel free to finish up your thought.
Okay. It warms my heart to hear that under Chief Kelly's leadership, IPD is a willing partner with the CJC. I believe IPD's participation will benefit the community and law enforcement.
Next up, Faye Gugakis.
Good afternoon. Faye Gugakis. I live in the city of Ithaca, specifically on the Commons. I'm going to try to do this in 3 minutes. I think I'm going to fail again, but I'm going to try to thread a bunch of things together. Downtown has a serious problem. I live on the Commons. I'm sorry. I was reading the article in this week's Ithaca Times about Block 14, I believe, and it was brought up, Gary Ferguson and the woman Nan, who is head of the Downtown Partnership right now, interested in that block, as well as Mac Travis. I'm threading this concern with what I'm going through on the Commons and what I see happening on the Commons. The Commons is deteriorating. Okay, through the years, it's a drip, drip, drip. And I don't have the time. I'd love to explain why, but the thing is, there's so many problems, and I keep calling the Downtown Partnership. I keep talking to the police. There's no one to help me. Okay, there's nobody does anything anymore. There's total anarchy in our community, and there's also disrespect to a point that outrages me. The disrespect, it's threaded everywhere, from politicians to organizations. It's unbelievable to me. Nobody cares about complaints on the Commons. Now they have security. The security says, well, I'm dealing with your complaint, but the police have to come and ticket that person. Well, guess what? I said, call the police and have them arrange that. No, we don't do that. You have to do that. Guess what? I've already done that several times, and the problem still exists. Now, we're talking about very simple things here. Okay? I've been here 40 years. I ran for public office. We talk about police reform, but yet police reform that is going on here is not addressing the problems. We need education within the police. We need to reform the police in the sense of training, because every time I deal with the police, it's not going anywhere, okay? But I could say that with people in Ithaca too, politicians, people in organizations, okay? So when I know I'm going all over the map and I apologize, but when I saw the article about Block 14, I do not want people that have allowed the Commons to be run down to then say, we want this block, and what are they going to do? You need to know what they will do, because we are ruining downtown. Now, I don't know whose decision it was. Can I just say this, sir?
Yes, please.
Whose decision it was to put 39 homeless people in that building, which Gary Ferguson told me, oh, you can go live in that building after it gets built. I can't wait to see him, okay? Because to me, that was disgraceful, okay? There's a huge problem in that area right now, and let me just say, I'm not against helping people, because I'm poor myself, and I'm one step away from being homeless myself, but it's the main thoroughfare to get to the other side. You can't block that area, and it is being blocked, and there's broken glass, there's fights, there's needles, there's everything you can imagine. There's dog poop in the flower pots.
If you could finish up, please.
I've lived here so long, and I love Ithaca, but we have good intentions, but the intentions are, the common sense is thrown out the window.
Thank you.
And please, I mean that seriously. Thank you.
I'll remind members, especially that have signed the blue form, that you're agreeing not to make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions. Back to a Zoom member of the public. Bethany, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. You're on.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, my name is Bethany Oilato Mays. I am a resident, and I hold a PhD in environmental decision-making. And I'm here to comment on the airport and the situation with airport funding. So based on my experience with environmental decision-making, there's no framework of environmental decision-making that supports the county's current approach to our airport. So my understanding is that the airport has been failing for several years to meet its operational costs. And further, we have a customs facility that is failing to support itself. And the customs facility serves exclusively private jet traffic, which serves non-residents. So to think that we are subsidizing a private jet customs facility with public taxpayers' money seems rather problematic. And I will note that it's exactly the opposite of the standard approach to carbon mitigation now. Many economists and environmental justice movements argue that we need to impose a social cost of carbon. Riding or flying is one of the primary ways that affluent people pollute the world. And in fact, if you want to pollute the climate, the best way to do it, hour for hour, the most polluting action you can take is to fly by airplane. So not only is Tompkins County supporting an airport, which goes against our climate goals, we are asking public taxpayers to subsidize this polluting behavior, which serves primarily elite sectors of our society. And now I want to note one final observation. Most of the private jet traffic is affiliated with Cornell. And in fact, much of the commercial jet traffic is also affiliated with Cornell. So Cornell is one of the primary beneficiaries of our local airport. Many Tompkins County residents cannot afford to fly out of Ithaca's airport. And Cornell is a tax-exempt institution. I have also learned that Cornell has not been paying occupancy taxes on its short-term rentals in the dorms for an undefined period of time. Before the legislature approves any further public funding for the airport, I think it makes very good sense to follow up on Cornell University's county occupancy taxes and state occupancy taxes and learn why or why not Cornell's dorms, which are used for short-term rentals, are not being collected and remitted to Tompkins County, as Ithaca College does do. Finally, I will note that if Cornell sees value in a private jet terminal with a customs facility, Cornell should be the entity responsible for subsidizing this operation, and they should be responsible for demonstrating how it is consistent with, as well as the goals of Tompkins County and the international community. Thank you.
Next up, Zach Wynn.
Good evening. My name is Zach Wynn. I'd like to encourage the legislature to issue a statement of support for the Cornell workers' right to strike. Cornell University's tight-fisted greed is well known and impacts virtually every aspect of life in Tompkins County. I would also like to suggest the legislature study the potential for enacting a tax on Cornell's endowment in a manner similar to the study examining the possibility of raising the local minimum wage. I also encourage you to rapidly approve the county probation's request to arm probation officers who are routinely sent into dangerous situations during home visits with nothing to defend themselves. There are people under their supervision who, due to criminal justice reform, would otherwise be in prison for their crimes. Probation's request was not arrived upon casually, and despite its supposed conflict with the goals of reimagining public safety, it is a necessary change to ensure the safety of probation officers who are continually facing life or death situations due to the increased danger of their work. Also, I encourage you to adopt a local law regarding illegal marijuana sales. There's a great deal of harm being done by the illicit sale of the drug beyond the sale to minors, despite the apparent lack of violence surrounding the trade. I understand that one local unlicensed marijuana store has been robbed at least 5 times and continues to operate despite being fined and having their products confiscated. This process is simply part of doing business and is a small price to pay for the operation, which is bringing in about $5,000 a day. I suggest that this law should include penalties for the landlord of any establishment found to be engaging engaging in this illegal trade after the proprietor's first citation, as a landlord could no longer plead ignorance of facilitating illegal drug trafficking. I also suggest that a portion of any fines collected be utilized to test seized marijuana for pesticide contamination so that information could be made available to the public. I previously sent you a news article about pesticide contamination of marijuana, and a similar potential for such contamination exists here in Tompkins County. I also saw that many members of the legislature were in attendance at the ribbon cutting for the new Asteri building. I forwarded an article I wrote about conditions in and around the building, which has become a hot spot for calls for first responder assistance in a manner very similar to the Art House, with another incident occurring just a few hours ago. I am curious if the members of the legislature believe Vecino is doing an adequate job managing the property, and if the $90,000 of ARPA funds given to them for a move-in coordinator was money well spent. Thank you.
Ruth Yarrow.
Good evening. I've lived in this county, city for over 30 years, 3 times. And I'm here to call for supporting the Community Justice Center. I think this is the continuation of the healing sessions, of the anti-bias training, of the community hubs, of the data dashboard, and funding the 2 people who have done a very good job in administrating this center are very important. If I were you, I know it would be tempting because it's a center that's supported by both the city and the county to say, well, the city funding seems assured, so we have a tight budget, so maybe we can cut it. There are some very important reasons why you should not do that. For one, this is affecting the county. I'm part of the problem. I moved to Cleveland Avenue. I'm part of the gentrification that has caused people of color to move outside of the city. I'm in the traditional part of the Black community. And so people of color, people of low income are all over the county. And the hubs that are in Enfield and Newfield and Groton and Slaterville are really important, and that I think the legislature should seriously want to support those long term. And I also want to say that the county has supported the efforts of the Reimagining Safety, and to support the Community Justice Center is continuing what I thank you for supporting a while back. So we really do need to support the Community Justice Center financially. So often we set up a structure and then a few years later we sort of let it go because we think the community pressure isn't there. It's really important to keep working for justice. Thank you.
Laura Branca.
Good evening, Laura Branca. I live in the city of Ithaca. I'm here speaking on behalf of community leaders of color and the Dorothy Cotton Institute. In support of the Community Justice Center being fully funded by the county. I have a house in Ithaca, like many of you or other residents in Ithaca and in the county. My taxes, my property assessment went way up. My taxes will go up. I pay a lot in property taxes, and I want to see my money spent on things that are really important to the community. A lot of people in my world are saying, well, you know, it's great that we have Reimagining Public Safety and all those recommendations that were approved by the city and the county, but we don't really see the results fully blossoming yet. The Community Justice Center has only been in place for less than 3 years. It's not a one and done. It needs to be fully funded. And as others have said, many folks of color, low-income people, low to middle-income people can't afford to live in the city anymore and have moved out due to gentrification to areas of the county. And people are experiencing being profiled. People are concerned about moving out of the city into the county areas, and we really need the Sheriff's Department to be aware that the problems of profiling and unthoughtful ways of impacting people really need some training. So one of the things that the Community Justice Center can do is really coordinate and recommend superb training for law enforcement, not only for IPD, but also for the Sheriff's Department, especially culturally responsive training and anti-bias and unconscious bias training. We've all seen in the news in the last couple of weeks the horrific murders, shootings, officer-involved shootings in other places. Executive Order 203 wasn't really about violence in the city of Ithaca or in the county. It was based on what was going on nationally. And for me, my family, my people, we take those incidents very seriously. It's re-traumatizing. And so we really want to know that law enforcement is fully on board with the recommendations. So we want to see training. We also want to see full participation in the community healing sessions that Mona Smiley has been coordinating. Those are important not only for IPD, but for the county as well. Thank you.
Phoebe Brown.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm really glad to be here, and I'm glad to see you all up some. I'm glad to see you all here. I want to ditto what Laura has said, what Ruth has said, but I got a little more to say. We cannot undo the history, what has happened to black people in this country for over 400 years, right? So Executive Order 203 came through Cuomo, and I know a lot of us aren't pleased with him, but I'm grateful for that Executive Order 203 because it put a light on what has been happening to our communities throughout history and still happening. Yesterday, last week, and no, it didn't happen here in Ithaca, but policing and the way that policing has been happening throughout history has affected the way in which all policing is done. We are grateful to Mona and Matthew for all the work that they have brought, the hubs, the healing, the other, aspects that's come along with this, but it's a beginning, right? It's just chipping on just a little chip compared to what we have suffered. Like many of you don't have to go to bed and worry if your son or daughter is out in the streets at night. Just think about what it feels for us when we got to watch again another one who looks like us shot in the face, hung. That's what it feels like to me, like we're still being lynched. That's unbelievable. So to think and to even try to say we're going to back up or stop some of the money that has been given to these people who have worked really hard to do a lot of work, it bothers me. It bothers me because once again it says to my community that we don't matter. That's not the way we should feel. Everybody sitting in this room should want to, not even want to, duty is to make sure that black people in this country have a right that they have not been given throughout history. It is no way that you can squabble about monies that took y'all years to get started, right? And we still saw, like, I'm just here to announce that we really need CJC to continue, but we also need some more things to happen. Because right now, the way I'm feeling is pretty sad that someone could even think of wanting to cut funds. Thank you.
Hey, Sayinka Arawale.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. I work with the Human Rights Commission and with the African Women's Initiative, and I wanted to speak to echo some of what's been said about the CJC. I spent some time before coming here over yesterday, just going back over the draft documents establishing the center, looking at the agreement between the city and the county. It's very impressive. I was so struck by the vision, by the efforts, the details that went into it. It takes a lot of time for a seed that is sown to actually grow to fruition. And I realized after reading it that it would be one of the most regretful things we could do to allow that seed to disappear. It's going to take a lot of effort, a lot of work. Last week, the Human Rights Commission had the privilege of sitting down with Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado to talk about some of the efforts being made, the struggles against bias. It's a lot of work, and this center is so critical to it. I felt very proud that Tompkins County had embarked on something like this. I want to urge you with all my might to imagine the vision. I was sharing with Dominic Rakio, who was so amazing in helping us with the meeting, and with Rob, that Lieutenant Governor Delgado was my student at Colgate University. I recall writing his reference letter. And now I'm sitting there saying, what an honor to be with you. It takes time for the things that we sow to grow into fruition. But when we do that, another generation will benefit from it. I want to encourage us to see it that way. It may be a lot of sacrifice, a lot of thinking through our budget, but it is worth it. Every generation plays a role in laying something down for the next one to come. This center can become something really great if we give it the support that it's needed. You can count on other community groups to do our parts in helping to support this vision. But we do need you as a leadership to, set the stake down to say we can do this, and to imagine that in a few years' time, there'll be people who will thank you for the work that has been done. I've benefited from the data I've seen on the website there, and I'm excited about the future. I hope you will also feel excited and invested in the possibility of maintaining this as a commitment by the county. Thank you very much.
Are there any other members of the public who wanted to speak tonight? Next up, we have a municipal official privilege of the floor. We are fortunate enough to have two members of the Ithaca Common Council here tonight. We have Patrick Keel and we have Phoebe Brown, and you are both welcome to participate in any way you want.
Hello all. Thank you for having me again, and thank you, Phoebe, for coming. It's nice to see you. I'll start first with just some of the things that the Common Council has been doing since the last time you all had a meeting here. We have moved forward with the encampment coordinator position at the city level to start coordinating resources in our community to address new encampments that arise around the city, and we've spoken with numerous community organizations as we've gone forward with this process, and it does seem at this time like this will be a beneficial step in the right direction to support those community organizations and make a unified response moving forward. And we've also moved forward with the deputy city manager position for public safety, which we hope will be an important step towards implementing reimagining public safety and armed responders in our community. And I'm really looking forward to see how that turns out, and see what more we can do to get both of those things up off the ground. We also approved a management compensation plan increase, which we're hoping will make it a little bit easier for us to find a new comptroller and other administrative positions that we've had trouble finding in the past and have frequently gone to the county. So those are all good things. And then I did just want to touch on some of the things that were discussed in public comments. The CJC, I didn't know much about the CJC before joining the Common Council, but I have heard about the CJC since joining the Common Council, thanks to their wonderful presentation. And it made me think, when they were giving their presentation to the Common Council, about a really innovative initiative that happened in the 1970s under the leadership of John F. Kennedy, which was the idea of putting a community psychologist in every town and community in the United States. And the results of preliminary studies on this idea were astounding. Providing resources to small communities across the United States had huge results and huge benefits. And they funded PhD programs all across the country to train more community psychologists and to build these resource hubs all over the United States. In fact, a program at Cornell was created and then subsequently defunded after the John F. Kennedy administration, and that idea kind of slipped into history. And when I heard about the CJC and the resource hubs going up around the county, I was so amazed that this work was starting to be done again. And not just in some place in the United States, but in my community, in our community. And I was grateful to hear that, and I'm excited to see what work they continue to do, and I hope that work continues. So as always, I'd love questions, and Phoebe, would you like to say anything while you're here? Anything more?
Phoebe, did you want to add something? Did you want to say something?
No, I think.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments for Patrick? You got off easy tonight, Patrick.
I know. Yeah, this is the first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Robert Lynch, town board member from the town of Enfield.
Good evening, Robert Lynch, councilperson, town of Enfield. You may recall I was here 2 weeks ago talking about the Community Recovery Fund. I was speaking as a private individual. I had no authority to speak on behalf of the town board, but now I do. Last Wednesday, the Enfield Town Board unanimously adopted a resolution regarding the Community Recovery Fund, and we resolved, quote, that the Enfield Town Board urges the Tompkins County Legislature, assisted by its Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee and its consultant, to reopen the application process for Community Recovery Fund awards, redistributing up to $1.5 million should Cayuga Medical Center and its parent organization fail to meet the August 30th, 2024 deadline set to secure New York State approvals for its Crisis Stabilization Center. We talked about this at the last meeting. CMC has had almost 2 years to get those state approvals since the legislature awarded them that $1.5 million Community Recovery Fund grant in December 22. And the advisory committee has established a August 30th deadline for the hospital corporation to either get the approvals or forfeit the money. And of course, we're facing a tight deadline. It has to be contracted by the end of this year under ARPA rules so that that money can be then spent timely. And the county, again, through its advisory committee, has said that the final disbursement should be made, I believe, on the 30th of April, with the final documentation for those disbursements done by the end of August next year. We really feel it would be unfortunate and to a certain extent a retraction of your earlier commitments to take this money and fold it back into what I affectionately call bucks for bulldozers, which means taking the money back if CMC can't use it and spending it on highway equipment or something else. The chairman of the legislature is also chairman of the advisory committee, had told an advisory committee meeting in early August that if somebody has a different idea, we can revisit that question. And my idea and Enfield Board's idea is to revisit the 35 applicants that were in that second round, that post-second Wynn Cottages round of funding, and see of those, I think there were 21, that didn't get awards then, if they can be considered now to use the unspent Cayuga Health money. And that is the gist of what the Enfield Board adopted. We have two Enfield agencies, the Enfield Community Council and the Enfield Volunteer Fire Company, that are among those 21 that didn't get funded last time, but there are a heck of a lot of good ideas too coming out of that in that list, not just those from Enfield. Brooktondale Community Center wanted $20,000 to $24,000 for a generator. The Center for Transformative Action wanted $100,000 to $249,000 for what they call Healthy Food for All. Ithaca Children's Garden wanted $40,000 for a program shelter. And the Groton Community Healthcare Center, which will get a small amount of money in a different resolution that will be considered by your legislature tonight, they are being proposed tonight to get $10,000 for a boiler project. They'd originally asked for between $50,000 and $136,000. So there are needs out there. There are things we could spend it on, good use of those Community Recovery Fund money. We don't know until the 30th of August whether Cayuga Health will come through with its approvals. If they do, then this is academic. But we thought our legislature, our town board, should be on record in favor of using this money for its original purpose. And I can take any questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you for joining us.
I'm sorry I can't stay for the entire meeting. I have a meeting conflict out in Enfield, but I know that you may consider something tonight on this. I'm not talking about the, yes, Legislator Corman.
Thank you. I just, not a question, but I just comment. I know you're on the Fire Department Commission, is that?
I'm not on the Board of Fire Commissioners, but I am the town board liaison to the commission.
Okay, so just to let you know, and I think they have a meeting coming up soon, right?
There will be a meeting of the commissioners this evening, and that's where I'll be going after this meeting.
Okay, because Greg Stevenson, if I remember his title correctly, that he's the president of the fire?
He's the chairman of the Board of Fire Commissioners.
So he had sent in some questions to Randy and I, several questions, and we referred them to Michael Steitley, the head of the Department of Emergency Response, who answered most of those questions. And I think there was maybe one that he was still looking into, but just to let you know, I'm sure you'll get a report tonight.
I will convey that to the Board of Fire Commissioners. I think it concerns what's called a CAD system, and Enfield needs both mobile and base station computers to facilitate that, and that was discussed at the last meeting of the board last week, and they're working on their budget, and this is something they need to better respond to emergencies like the storm we had in mid-July.
And also Commissioner Robin Wishna contacted me, and so I'm looking into sources for grants.
I thank you very much, and I will convey that to the Board of Commissioners this evening.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Lynch? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up is legislator privilege of the floor. Are there any legislators that wish to speak tonight? Ann Corman.
Thank you. Two things. One really quick thing I'll start with was the village of Trumansburg is now a certified pro-housing community. So thank you and congratulations to them for doing that. As folks know, that helps them focus their efforts towards that endeavor to help the community and also the county at large with our housing needs. And it also, in that endeavor, it helps them with the possibility to get additional grants and funding for infrastructure and other things. So thanks to them for doing that. Secondly, I wanted to speak to what many of our speakers came tonight to talk about as far as funding for our Community Justice Center. And I don't know all the conversations that have been had at, I'll say, at the county level on this, but I do really hope that we could look at funding, continue to fund this. As has been said, the injustices have been going on for 400 years, so 3 years. We've made really great progress, and but it's just a drop in the bucket, so let's keep going. I think if, because of the great things we've done in just a short amount of time, and we've had some hiccups, not full participation from even our sheriff's department, I'll say, that even so, we've been able to do quite a lot of things. So let's keep going and put our money's where our mouth is, or at least where our strategic plan is that we just adopted recently. So let's keep this going, and I will just say I'd hate to have the focus of folks who are doing this hard work be pivoted to being afraid that they're not going to be able to continue doing this, or to be spending their time lobbying us or the city. So I just want to say, from my perspective, and you have my vote, that I'm going to put my vote towards continuing the investment in this program. Thank you.
Mike Sigler.
I just wanted to start by congratulating Kyle Dake. Did win another Olympic medal, a bronze, in the 79 kilogram wrestling, freestyle wrestling. It was a great turnout, too, for the parade on Saturday. Want to thank the different fire companies. I mean, we had fire companies from outside the county come in and help us out with that. And the businesses really kicked in, and it was a really nice event to see. And have whole community kind of turn out for that. So congratulations again, Kyle. The other thing I wanted to mention was there is a strike going on right now at Cornell, if you've heard about it. I went up and went on the picket lines today, talked to a lot of people, and certainly just want to let those folks know that they have my support. I know they have other people's support, and hopefully they'll come to a resolution as quickly as possible to this contract dispute. Thanks.
Lee.
Speaking of parades, just a couple things. This weekend will be the Groton Old Home Days celebration, which is our annual community event and celebration of what Groton is. And one of the main events is always our grand parade. So hopefully those fire companies and others will be over to join us Saturday evening at 6 o'clock. And one special event that's scheduled this week is from noon to 3 on Saturday is an open house at the village's new municipal office building and fire station. And I'm pleased to report that over the past month, several of the village operations as well as the fire department have moved into that building. And at 2 o'clock, we're going to have a little commemoration. I expect we'll have something a little larger at another point in time, but I want to extend the invitation out. If anybody wants to see the culmination of 30-year planning and fundraising and exercise that we've been through, come out and see our new building and see our community and enjoy the spirit that we have out there. Thank you.
Other legislator privilege of the floor. Mike Lane.
Not too often in August that we have two community-wide events, basically. One was the arrival of for the Buddhist community of the Dalai Lama. I know maybe you're going to speak more about that, but I didn't go, of course, but because I wasn't invited, but there were a lot of folks, including I think our chair was invited, so I think that's pretty nice. They have a wonderful facility in Tompkins County, a library for the Dalai Lama. And that's something pretty special to have happen in Tompkins County. The other thing that happened on Saturday was the unveiling of the two sculptures on the INHS property. One sculpture of Frances Perkins, the first female member of any president's cabinet for FDR, and the other for Ms. Lucy Brown, who is still with us and who is a wonderful community activist and one of the co-founders of the INHS housing program. There were probably at least 100, 150 people attended, heard speeches over at the Breckenridge area of INHS. And then after the Frances Perkins statue was unveiled, then they proceeded over to St. John's and had the unveiling of the Lucy Brown statue. And before that, particularly at the Lucy Brown program, there was a lot of wonderful speeches. There was singing. There were children that came in and performed. It was a really special event. And I hope some of you got to see it. I know our chair was there and perhaps others, but it was a pretty proud day in Tompkins County.
I think Susan was there also, and Lisa was there. Yep. Rich.
Right.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mike. If you haven't seen it, both of the statues are bronzes, and they're sitting on a bench, and they're really beautiful. And they're really set up that you can sit next to them, which is, I think, just a really nice way of presenting it. I'd also just like to respond to some of the people who came and talked about the Community Justice Center. This has been an ongoing discussion at the Public Safety Committee, and that will be ongoing and will then proceed into the budget session. And we've started out with a review of the, I think, 17 different items that we had put into the resolution back in 2021 of what we hope to do. And, you know, we did have some success on some of the items, very good success. You can see a lot of that in our community now. The non-emergency call response program, the care team, where we've paired a mental health counselor with a sheriff's deputy and now a city IPD officer. And in a big way, transparency and data collection. But we've also had a lot of discussion about the ongoing programming. This was funded 3 years ago without a real sense of how everything would work, and we applied funds at that time. I take your point, Ann, that we need to continue the work, but I also think we have to reevaluate the cost and how we did it, how we set up to do it 3 years ago. Where I would like to make sure we continue to go is we look at the programming and we look at how we deliver the programming. And whether it's through the CJC or another method, I think that's the fundamental piece, is that we do the healing programs that we've set out to do, and we continue the good work of the CJC in the best and most efficient way possible. But those conversations will be continuing, just so everybody knows.
Travis.
Well, I definitely would like to thank those who came to speak tonight. We had somebody speak at the last meeting. You know, the idea of the CJC is that you have this center, and part of that is they represent Black people, people of color, disenfranchised people in the community. So when we throw around ideas of continuing to do this work, but not involve the very people that represent the reason why we need to do this work, that makes me nervous. We do that all the time. The power is in the idea that we now have representation, that we now have an organization that represents us at this table. It's unfortunate that our Sheriff's Department hasn't been involved in this. We are starting to see the benefits of finally having a police chief at IPD being involved in this. It's taken a while to get leadership of our police departments at the table. It has taken even longer for us to be represented in this community in this way. People have talked about 400 years. I've been in this community for 32 years. There are places in this community I've said this before, that I absolutely refuse to drive in. There are young people in this community that those who look like me, we say prayers for every time they leave the house. And it's not just Ithaca, it's the county, it's Dryden, it's Groton, it's Newfield, it's Enfield, it's all over the place. And so we started this process, and now we have a tight budget year. We have a sheriff who's not willing to really participate. And we say what? That we're out of it? That we're not going to fund it? We have to look at possibly moving it somewhere else? Why? If you're starting to see the fruits of this tree, why not continue to let it grow? I don't quite understand why we would stop now. We're just getting started. We have been disenfranchised for so long. You all see the videos on TV. You all watch the news, right? When Sean Greenwood was murdered, the investigation said the police shooting was justified. Maybe it was by policy, and that's part of the problem. That's why we need the CJC. Why would we conduct a drug operation for 2 ounces of cocaine at 5 o'clock in the afternoon at the busiest intersection of this county? We put everybody in danger because of police policy, right? So policies have to be looked at. We have to continue to look at that. When you talk to Chief Kellen, he tells you what an amazing event he had several weeks ago with 12 young people from this community and officers from IPD, and how they felt that conversation went and what that looked like. We need to do more of that. We need to get the other precincts involved in that. Not look at ways to dial this back. You need to amp it up. You need to turn the volume. You need to do more. And that starts with leadership in this room. So I encourage all of you, and thank you, Annie, for your words, to not give up on this work that's done, that's started, to encourage and put pressure on the Sheriff's Department to be at the table, for us to figure out, we find all kind of ways to find money to spend on things, to figure out how to keep this going. I hope that every Tuesday, until we vote, there are 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 people in this room putting pressure on all of us, telling us we need to make this happen and we need to continue this work. That's the only way we seem to understand, is when people show up and tell us. Because we think sometimes that we have the best solutions for people that experience things that we do not. So thank you all for coming. I encourage you every Tuesday that we meet to show up with more and more people, for the emails to continue, because my colleagues need to hear how important this is to a segment of this community that's had to suffer for far too long.
Any other legislative privilege of the floor? Ann.
Yeah, I was going to speak again after Rich did. Travis said what I was going to say, most of it, and lots more, so thank you. But the main point I was going to say, which I don't think we can say enough, is that the people most affected by this program should be the ones should have the loudest voice and the biggest part in this decision of whether we continue. I'm white. I'm not in there doing this work. There's lots of reasons I'm distant from it. But I see it, I hear it, I believe folks. And so think about it in respect of, if we started a food program, giving out food, and we did that for 3 years, and people were like, yeah, great, because we need food. And then we said, okay, well, we did that. It's a tight year, so we did it. A lot of people ate, a lot of people are healthier. Okay, we're gonna stop doing that, without asking the people, do you still need food? I mean, to me, it's that simple. Do they still need food? And the answer would be, yes, we still need the program. So please don't change it. It's working like it is. Or ask the community, but I think it's too soon to do that. It's working. For any other program, we wouldn't say change it when it's working, and we're hearing it's working, and I believe you. So thank you for coming. Travis is right, but I feel bad, as I said, that asking people to come. Call us, send emails too, send letters. Thank you.
Any other legislative privilege of the floor? Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to do the consent agenda next. Consent agenda are resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. From the Housing and Economic Development Committee, Resolution A, designation of tourism promotion agency for the state of New York, ID 12579. Resolution B, authorization to increase hours, 2 workforce development, career center positions, Tompkins County Workforce Development, ID 12626. From the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Resolution C, authorizing Federal Transit Administration Grant 2023-073, Section 5339C, Low and No Emissions Vehicle Program Grant for Tompkins Consolidated Area Transit, ID 12582. From the Government Operations Committee, Resolution D, adoption of 2024 County Equalization Rate, ID 12604. Resolution E, adoption of 2024 Assessment Roll Footings, ID 12603. And from the Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee.
Please remove that one.
Resolution F has been pulled. Can I get a motion to move the consent agenda? Travis moves, Rich seconds. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to do a roll call. Sorry about that.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Muzzy,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Ziegler,
Yes.
Fine,
Yes.
12 ayes.
12-0, the motion carries. Okay, I do not have a chair's report tonight, and there are no chair's appointments. So we're moving into our first presentation, agenda item number 7, special topical presentation about the Air Service Board from Greg Mezzi. And before we start, I just wanted to say, I always thought it was the Air Services Board. And if you look on our website, you will find both Air Service and Air Services. But Clerk of the Legislature, Katrina, has told me it is Air Service Board.
According to their bylaws.
Greg, you're on.
Which are in need of revision, and we're working on those come this fall when things die down. Dan, appreciate the time, and I apologize to my colleagues for reading a few things off my screen, but I figured it was easier to get as much in a short period of time. The purpose of the Air Service Board is to serve as an advisory board to the airport manager, focusing on air service policy and procedures to ensure the successful maintenance of air service at the airport. It is the obligation of the board to assist the airport manager in support of air service in the county, to consult on opportunities for state and federal funding, to promote the best possible use of all airport resources for air service, and improve existing passenger services whenever possible. There's a section of the makeup of the board, and I thought it would be best to share the current makeup of the board with you. In the bylaws of the organization, there is a spot where it mentions up to 6 members at large, a representative from both Ithaca College and Cornell University, the Commissioner of Planning, a member of the Legislature, and that the board can be up to 10 members. Its current membership is made up of Katie Borgella, the chair, who currently serves as chair and is the Commissioner of Planning and Sustainability for Tompkins County. Myself, the member of the Legislature, always, and the Commissioner of Planning are sort of de facto vice chairs. but Katie assumed the role as chair. I'm the vice chair. Heather McDaniel, the president of the Tompkins County Area Development. Kate Supran from Office of Community Relations at Cornell. Mark Everly, who's the VP of Marketing and Communications at Ithaca College. Jennifer Tavares, president and CEO of the Tompkins County Chamber. Ken Hodges, who's a demographer with Claritas, and Kathy Hart, who's an area general manager for the Courtyard Marriott. Or sorry, no, I think she's the Marriott downtown. I apologize. So that's the board. There's currently a few open opportunities, and we're looking to recruit new people to that board. But currently, there are several key initiatives that the board is working on to enhance support for Ithaca Tompkins International Airport. Community support and revenue guarantee is something that we talk a lot about. In partnership with Ithaca Area Economic Development and the Chamber of Commerce, the board is focusing on securing a revenue guarantee through the Small Community Air Service Development Grant, SCASD grant, as you may have heard it referred to. This is an activity that the airport itself and the county can't engage with, so we look to members of the Air Service Board and members throughout the community to help us gather the support for revenue guarantees for the airport. A revenue guarantee is something that an airline who's looking to bring in a new service would say, hey, we need to make sure for a period of time that we hit this revenue. And if we don't, then these private partners who utilize the airport frequently will step in and fill that revenue gap. To my knowledge, and all the times that we've had revenue guarantees, we've never been in need of calling those. We've always satisfied the revenue condition at the airport, but it just shows the airlines that the community is committed to flying and using Ithaca as their chosen airport. Currently, the board is working on ways to collaborate with Cornell and Ithaca College. The board is also engaging in collaborative efforts with Cornell University, Ithaca College, as I mentioned. These partnerships are critical in exploring opportunities to enhance air service and foster mutually beneficial relationships. How can we drive more university business travel? How can we drive more student travel? How can we get in front of parents, guardians, decision makers, students about flying in and out of Ithaca as their first choice, early in their collegiate activities? So really trying to see how the university and Ithaca College can partner and support the airport's operation and overall success. Partnership with the Strategic Tourism Planning Board. The board's working to build a partnership with STPB to align airport services with tourism strategies and attract more visitors to the region. Developing relationships with local hotels, establishing strong connections with local hotels is a priority. As people call, hey, I'm thinking about coming here, what's the best way to get there? Recommending those, understanding the flight times, making sure that our hotel partners are as equipped to service the visitors that we have coming into the community and know as much as possible about the Ithaca Airport. Also looking at additional opportunities. Ithaca has a need, the Ithaca Airport has a need for looking at additional projects and further strengthening Ithaca's position and improving air service for the community. So there's a lot of time that's spent on the data behind the airport. What flights are being utilized? What's the capacities? What routes would be beneficial to add? What routes would potentially eat into the current routes that we're flying? So there's a lot of data that comes to the Air Service Board that can be fascinating when you think about where people are going, what destinations are most popular, and how we can better market and position flights to support the needs of our community and understand where people are going. Also looking at area airports, right, where are people traveling from those airports, and is there a way to better serve those consumers by directing them to Ithaca to be their airport of origin. Terminal usage for community and business events. how we can utilize some of that space that may not be fully occupied at times by air travel, but how can we leverage opportunity for the meeting room, conference rooms, things like that, is something that's discussed at the Air Service Board. And then also looking at how do we strengthen ties with the business community and bring business opportunities and get the business input to Ithaca to enhance the offerings, which ultimately helps our local economy. So those are kind of a number of key areas where the Air Service Board spends a majority of its time. Really in summation, it's how do we get more people to choose Ithaca? How do we get more businesses and our academic institutional partners to support, the airport and air travel? How do we understand what's the right amount of flights? What's the right airlines? What are the right destinations to be flying to? And then how can we understand the needs of the airlines that are coming in and align those with the needs of the community? So that's kind of the I don't know how long that was because there's not a timer going, but a couple-minute elevator speech on the Air Service Board. Happy to answer any questions. And I know one of the things too that the Air Service Board is also sort of a sounding board for the airport strategic planning efforts that they currently have as one of the stakeholder groups that's participating in those conversations.
Thank you. Questions or comments for Greg? Mike Sigler.
I actually have three questions. You
only get one, Mike.
Well, I get three.
Just one.
I was told three.
Nice question.
We'll enter the negotiation now. You had mentioned the guarantees. Cornell's obviously the one we need to negotiate the most with on that. Have they been receptive to that? I mean, what's been their take on guaranteed number of seats? We'll take X amount on each flight, something like that?
So that's not necessarily how the revenue guarantees work. It's typically a financial commitment, and my understanding from the university is that they're supportive of the airport. They will do everything that they can do to support the airport, but the specifics of the guarantee, I don't feel comfortable or confident enough that I could accurately address those, but I'm happy to follow up with information for the university's position.
I mean, who would that financial guarantee come from if not Cornell? It wouldn't come from the county, would it? I mean, who would it come from?
No, there's several businesses and organizations out there that are willing to say air travel out of Ithaca is important enough to us that if these flights aren't met, these flight revenue needs are not met, we'll backfill with additional money. So.
Well, my other question, customs, what's the status of that? Did I miss that in the report?
So I know the county administrator is currently working on some options with the director at the airport, and I'll let Lisa answer that question more specifically.
I think it was this last week, at the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee in Roxanne's update to the committee talked about customs and the fact that we are unable to meet we're unable to generate the revenues to meet the expenditures. And I think through May of this year, they had cleared 6 customs flights. And we've done some analysis and some due diligence with the federal Customs and Border Patrol as well as the state as to what our obligations are around the customs facility. We can end our agreement for the customs agent with 120 days notice, and we can work, the state DOT has said we can work with them to repurpose the building. And so we plan to be bringing forward all of this information along with a resolution for consideration at the next Facilities and Infrastructure Committee to the legislature for consideration about closing customs.
Okay. Cool, thank you. Last question. Obviously, the air traffic is not what it was pre-COVID. Any restaurant, I think, that's in there is going to struggle just because there's not a lot of traffic. Is there any plan in place to kind of bring more people to the airport, maybe not even to fly, but to at least get them in? I mean, it's a nice space. I mean, I know you were talking about the rental of the facilities and stuff, but I mean, even just to go and have lunch there. I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that. I didn't know if that was talked about, though.
Yeah, I know the focus recently has been on the strategic plan and the vision and the challenges with customs, and obviously there's, challenges with number of flights and people occupying that space and having adequate services and having services at kind of funky times, and how do you manage perishable inventory with low participation. So that remains a focus of the airport and the operation, but there's not a clear direction or clear answer for that at this point.
Right.
But I know it's something that the airport leadership and the Air Service Board are definitely committed to trying to figure out what that is. But I think at this point we just don't know yet, and I do think that that's an okay answer. I know that they are looking at some additional vending options and things like that could provide an offering that's a little bit more than nuts and a soda out of a vending machine or a candy bar or something like that, but that's sort of a temporary or potentially permanent solution to meet those needs.
Thanks, Greg.
Any other questions for Greg? Deborah.
Yeah, I wanted to circle back to Mr. Sigler's question about the revenue guarantees. I understand how those work. It's a commitment that if the airline doesn't make X dollars, someone will make them whole, so to speak. I know we've had them in the past. Do you happen to know who's funded those in the past?
Who's committed to them?
Yeah, exactly. Has it been the county? Has it been other organizations?
To my knowledge, the county has never participated in a revenue guarantee because they're not permitted to, is my understanding. Lisa, is that a fair statement?
I believe that's true.
Okay.
Thank you, that's reassuring.
So it's been private enterprise, and that may be nonprofit private enterprise too. I'm sure that I could get from Heather and Jennifer a list of past guarantees and share that with you if you like, but it's not been the county.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure that we're not using taxpayer money in that way.
Yes, and that line is very clear, and that's why Roxanne and the leadership at the airport rely heavily on our economic development partners, IAED and the Chamber, to help navigate and negotiate and sort of bring to the table that revenue guarantee participants.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments for Greg? Very good, thanks so much.
Of course.
What I'd like to do next is move to the audited financial statements presentation, follow that with Resolution N, which adopts it, and then go back half a step to the reports from our various staff. So, hello, auditors, you're on. Find yourselves a
Good evening.
We have with a microphone.
Drew Wayne, who's going to join us, and Conrad White as well.
Thank you.
And they're from Mincero and Company. Feel free to ask them any questions as they go through. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody, and thanks for a few minutes this afternoon or evening, I guess, to review the results of the audit with you. We did meet with committee a couple of weeks ago, so we're going to be fairly brief this evening, but certainly welcome any questions that any of you might have. What you have in front of you are final draft reports. We were in the process of getting final information for one of the joint ventures that the county is part of TCAT. We have some of those final numbers now, and Conrad's going to kind of give you an update on the impact of those changes as we discuss. But overall, the results of the auditor are very good, very strong. I'm going to talk a little bit from the executive summary, which is on top of the packet that you have in front of you, and just kind of hit some of the highlights really quick. We're issuing technically it's called an unmodified opinion. That's the technical term. It's a clean opinion, means the financial statements are fairly stated and don't require any modifications to be fairly stated in accordance with accounting principles. We're also issuing a clean opinion, clean report on compliance and internal control. There's actually two different reports that are in the bound packet related to controls and compliance. One of them over the county as a whole, and then a second one specific to the federal funding that the county administers. County administered during 2023 spent $38.8 million in federal money, most of it passed down through the state. In addition to those reports that are part of the bound packet, we also have another report on compliance and control, but that one's specific to New York State DOT funding. New York State DOT has a fairly specific requirement that if you have a federal single audit and spend $750,000 in state DOT funding, you're required to have another report on compliance and control, but that one's specific to that state DOT funding. So there's another clean opinion on that as well. So all those reports are clean. There is a reference in the executive summary to a management comment letter. The comment letter we use if there are findings or things we feel we need to present. We'll present those in that comment letter. There are none of those this year, and I'm happy to report that there was also resolution of 2 comments from the 2022 report, things that were resolved during 2023. So that comment letter references those, the resolution of those comments. The comment letter also mentions some upcoming changes in accounting standards that we just want the legislature to be aware of, that are, things that are going to be upcoming over the next 3 years. So all of those reports are clean and positive, good information. And then finally, there is what's called a communication letter that's referenced in that executive summary. There's auditing standards that require us to make sure that certain things are communicated at the conclusion of the audit process. So you do have in your materials a communication letter. Communication with those charged with governance is the official title of that. That's mostly boilerplate language. It mentions some accounting standards that were effective this year. It mentions estimates that are always part of financial statements. And it mentions that there were no significant difficulties, no disagreements with management during the conduct of the audit. So all of that language is good and positive. And with that, I'll turn it over to Conrad.
Thanks, Dwayne. So I'll go in a little separate, different order. I'll be talking mostly from the executive summary, as Dwayne mentioned. So I'll actually go forward to page 7 to begin with. And I'll just talk briefly about the general fund, which is your main operating fund for the county. So when we take a look at your general fund for the current year, you really had a decrease in your overall assets for the current year, about $7 million, give or take a little bit. A lot of that was due to money that was actually owed internally from other funds, mostly your fringe benefits. You had a higher balance of the amounts that were due to your general fund from the fringe benefits. So that's why, and those were satisfied during 2024. So that's why we saw such a decrease in the due from other funds. You had some also decreases in your social services receivables, so monies for DSS that are received from the state or federal government. There were more on time timely in terms of the payments that were made to the county in the current year. when taking a look at your liabilities for the current year, there was a slight decrease, about $2.6 million. A lot of that had to do with your ARPA funding. So if you look at that second line, that 22 million going down to 16.1 million for unearned, unavailable revenue. So as you satisfy the ARPA rules in which you have to expense before you can recognize the revenue, you have to show it as a liability before you can show that revenue. So that $22 million went down to 16 as you had expenses in the current year, which made their liability turn into revenues. So that was a big decrease in your liabilities for the current year. Looking at your page 8, I'm going to skip over the top section for fund balance. I'll come back to that in just a couple minutes on a subsequent page where we actually explain a little bit more. But when we look at your revenues were up $10 million over the current year, over the prior year. If you see that line item for state sources, that rose almost $4 million, about 3.8. Your casino revenues actually, licensing revenues actually increased $1.2 million over the prior year. You also had social services administration revenues at an increase of about $2.5 million over the prior year. The other line item that we saw the biggest increase was the federal sources. So your other transportation, I believe monies that you brought in for TCAT specifically were up over the prior year, as well as the ARPA. As I mentioned earlier, when you have expenses related to your ARPA funding, you also show the revenue in the year that it happened. So this year you saw an increase in that ARPA revenue in the general fund for about $2.3 million. And then the other big line item is that proceeds of obligations. Now, this is newer to the county. You didn't have it prior to 2022, and that's because of some rules that GASB has implemented for all governments and municipalities, where we would look at your contracts and your subscription-based assets, and instead of just flowing those through as expenses, we were actually tasked with recognizing those as revenue in the current year in terms of when you started a new contract or a new lease or a new subscription-based asset. So because of that, we had to recognize actual revenue of $2.5 million, which is not actually revenue to the county, but something that we had to do internal for the financial statements for the current year. So that's why we see that $2.6 million. That is bound to change going up and down on a yearly basis. So that may not be something that's very consistent, but it's nothing that you have to worry about in terms of a new revenue funding source for the county. That's not what that really is for you guys in terms of the general fund or any other fund, as a matter of fact. As we go on to page 9, taking a look at the expenditures, like I did say, your revenues did increase $10 million. Unfortunately, your expenses did increase $26 million over the prior year. Jesus. A lot of that did have to do with your inter funds. Your inter funds rose about $12.7 million. Now, this is money that the general fund did end up paying to other funds, such as your debt service fund and one of your capital funds, which I believe was your building capital fund. Those two received the most money out of the inter funds for ongoing capital projects and for some debt service payments. So that actually rose about 12.7 of the 22.6 million. So other lines did rise as well. The other big change we saw was in economic assistance and opportunity, which really houses your DSS expenditures. So we would expect to see that rising on a yearly basis. So that's not something that we saw as out of the ordinary for the current year. So the bottom of page 9 really takes a look at your other funds other than your general fund. So capital project funds, you have capital projects going on a yearly basis for the new building or their green facilities, or there was a library fund a couple of years ago, or for your transportation and other things. So for those revenues, we saw a slight increase. The expenditures also saw a slight decrease. And a lot of that has to do with those ins and outs of the inter funds that I was talking about, where one fund was giving money to the other funds, mostly from the general fund, going over to some of these capital project funds. So that's where a lot of these changes in the revenues and expenditures came from. It wasn't not too much in terms of outside payments or upside receipts affecting your revenues and expenditures for the current year. In terms of the changes, your debt service fund, same deal with that. As I said, when I was talking about the general fund, interfund expenditures, as those rose, your debt service revenues also rose because there was money that went from the general fund to the debt service fund. And then your special revenue funds, those were really in line with the prior year. Now your special revenue funds, those are the other funds that, such as your road machinery, refuse and garbage, transportation, the airport, not just transportation, as well as your special grants. So those make up your other special revenue funds, and those are pretty much in line with what we had in the prior year. Now, as I said, on page 10, we're coming back to the fund balance. So the fund balance is broken down in terms of your prepaid items for your non-spendable. This is items that you can't, like I said, these are non-spendable items for all the prepaid amounts, so that was $1.6 million. In terms of the restricted fund balance, the county had $300,000 for your stop DWI, the economic assistance and opportunities of 1.7, I believe was room tax amounts restricted, and then capital reserve for planning and capital was $25,000, and that has stayed pretty consistent over the prior years. As when taking a look at your assigned, these were amounts appropriated for next year's for budgeted uses of reserves for about the $6.9 million. The RAA fund, which I believe is used to help pay for any contracts that have been satisfied by the county. So that's about $2 million. I was speaking with Drew, and there were some contracts that have been signed and things like that. So we might expect to see some decreases in that, like we did from 21 to 22 when it went from $6 million down to $1.6 million. Your emergency communications stayed the same, and then your encumbrances, the big change in your encumbrances this year was money that was earmarked for your ARPA funding, and that will be happening in 2024, I'm sorry. I always get my current and subsequent years mixed up a little bit. So that's the big jump from the 1.8 to the $6.8 million was mostly of the ARPA funding. Now, taking a look at your budget, the county did come in under budget when it comes to the expenditures on the current year, if you turn to page 11. And that's what we really take a look at. We want to make sure the rules are such that we would have to take a look if there was anything that was over budgeted by the county. And fortunately, there was no specific line item that was over budgeted, so you were able to budget for exactly what you needed to pay for in 2023 to the tune of being under budget by about $3.3 million. Also, you did come in under budget in terms of your revenues compared to your budget of about $2.5 million. Now, I'm going to skip the next page and go to page 13. So page 13 really takes a look at not just your fund level, your yearly operational finances, but really takes a look at the government-wide, which takes a long-term look at what the finances are. So the net position you see here is the total net position would be $183 million. So Dwayne did mention that we had to make a change for TCAT's joint venture. So the county has a stake in TCAT, so because of that, we also have to be able to take part of what their overall fund balance or equity is, and we have to put some of that onto the books of the county. So that $183 million that you see there in total net position is actually going to be decreased slightly to $182,000. We had a change in total. The net position for the joint venture, of which TCAT is a participant as well as TC3, was a decrease this year of about $743,000 just for those two joint ventures that you have. So in total, the net position will be $182,989,000 after getting the final numbers for TCAT. So the unrestricted net deficit would be $19,125,000. Now, I know looking at that, that's a scary deficit number. However, we also like to show you the two items that there are no funding sources for at the county level, which are GASB 68, which we take a look at for the employee retirement system liability, as well as GASB 75, which is the other post-employment benefits liability. Now, that one more is of the an actual determined number given a specific discount rate at a specific time, and taking a look at the current and the future trends in healthcare. Like I said, there is no funding source a legal funding source for either of these two items. So we want to be able to back these out to show you what your net position would be without these two items. And without those two items, with the TCAT change that we're making, there would have been an actual net position of about $82 million instead of a deficit of $19 million for the current year. Now, I'll take you to the big booklet real fast, just to show you where a couple of those changes that I mentioned will show. So I'll instruct you to go to page 5D. And this is a figure that we show how you would
Was that
show
5D, right?
5D, yes.
Not B?
So,
D?
yes, D.
D, okay.
Sorry about that. So this is a view of what your net position at the government-wide level would be. And if you look towards the bottom of the first section, you see that change in equity interest in joint ventures. This is what I was talking about, where you see that $571,000 deficit. It's actually going to be loss, even though it shows as a revenue. That's actually going to be $743,000 now, which brings your total revenues to about $337,000. And then at the bottom, the change in net position is not going to be $3.3 million. It'll be $3.5 million of a loss for the current year. Now, these government-wide numbers are not your actual revenues over expenditures, your actual losses versus receipts on your operational side. So I do want to make that point very clear. It's not your actual operational nets and losses.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Your mouth moves faster than my ability
I'm so sorry.
to find a page. So could you repeat that correction that you made on page 5D, please?
So if you look towards the bottom of the first kind of box, you'll see change in equity interest in joint ventures.
Right.
Instead of $571,000, what we'll see is a negative $743,000.
Okay.
And then towards the bottom, where you see change in net position, instead of a $3.3 million loss, you'll see a $3.5 million loss.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm slow.
No, I'm sorry. I do speak fast sometimes, so I do apologize. So if you want to see the operational side at the fund level for the revenues and expenditures, I invite you to turn to page 8 or 9, 9 of the big booklet. Nope, I do apologize. I will turn you to page 11, actually, sorry. So page 11 and then towards the back, this will show you the actual governmental funds separated out to show you the revenues versus the expenditures for each specific fund. So you have your general fund, the county road, transportation, and debt service, which we consider the major funds. And then towards the back of the booklet, you'll be able to find the non-major funds, which would be a lot of the capital funds, the refuse and garbage, the airport transportation fund, and funds like that. So this is where you would see, for such as the general fund, we would have the excess of the expenditures over your revenues of $5 million. So looking at a $5 million loss for the current year, so your fund balance started at $86 million and you ended up at $81.4 million. And I think that's all I have. Are there any questions?
Questions, Randy?
I have a lot, but I want to ask them. I just have a question in the process. So have you, is it a new requirement this year that you have to state how much federal and state funds that we're receiving? I don't remember seeing that written that way in the past.
No, it's not a new requirement.
Okay. Are you, do you audit our investments in cash as well?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the questions I had is on page 7 of the small, and this is my last one, and I have 5 other ones written down. So I'm looking at the general fund assets on top, and I noticed that there's a big change due from other funds in 21 and 22. Is that ARPA? Is that what that is?
No, that's mostly money from the Fringe Benefit Fund.
Okay.
And so there is often monies due back and forth between different funds. And in 2022, the Fringe Benefit Fund had a larger liability to the general fund. 2023, it was closer to 0.
Okay.
And so that's the reason for the large decrease there.
That's based on reserves we had for settlements of union contracts, that kind of thing, or is that what that is?
So that fringe benefit, that liability going down between the fringe benefits is monies that were owed to, let's say, owed to the fringe benefits to satisfy payments for fringe benefits, not really reserve monies, really.
Okay, no, I follow you. Okay. And the last question I have, we have a policy, I'm not clear on it, I'm not sure if you audit this or not, or if it's a state or federal requirement, that any contracts over a certain dollar amount have to go through a certain process, have to go through finance and our attorneys will look it over, we've got to go through this process. Mm-hmm. Is that a state requirement of state or federal funds?
So there are requirements there, but the requirements at the state level or the federal level are not that specific, but the county is required to create a procurement policy, and so the details of that policy are different for each municipality.
So we determine the policy on when those will take place?
Right.
And then you would audit that?
Yes. There are some specific standards in federal law in terms of dollar thresholds that require certain levels of procurement review, if you will. But a lot of that specific policy isn't in the federal or state guidance.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Rich.
Yeah, I was curious about the 2 different compliance and control reports you do. You do the general one and then the one for the New York State DOT. Mm-hmm. Is there a reason, is there a substantive reason why New York State wants this separate?
Do they actually need a reason?
Well,
that's what I'm asking. Here we are.
I guess I'll give you what I've been told, is that several years ago, the state DOT was told by the federal DOT that they needed to do a better job of monitoring their grant process. And this requirement was one of their responses to that.
I'm just curious, does this add to the work involved in the audit?
Sure, it does.
It's another unfunded mandate.
A sneaky one. Thank you for your work on this and for coming in and speaking with us.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Okay.
We are going to now move to adopt the audit. And any more questions, but you never know.
I'd like to move Resolution N, acceptance of audited financial report for the fiscal year ended December 31, 2023. That's our ID number 12644, and I move it.
Deborah seconds. Discussion. Okay, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Travis Brooks? Oh. Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion? Yes. Susan Curry?
Yes. Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ian Corman,
Yes.
Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
13.
We have 11 ayes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, much appreciated. We'll see you next year.
You're welcome.
And I'd just like to thank the staff, from Lori to Drew to Daryl, for helping us in getting to this point. It was a much easier process. I know they've worked hard over the last year to be able to get us ready to present to you tonight. So I do want to thank them, and for Lisa and all the help that administration has given to them, and the legislature as a whole in getting us to this point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So it's 7:15. We usually take a break at 7:30. I don't know if we should be starting on the fund balance discussion. I just have a hunch that's not going to be a quick one. So how about we do what we can before that, and then we'll probably jump in on that after the break. So we are on reports. Let's start with the report by County Administrator Lisa Holmes. Do you have anything besides that?
I don't.
Okay, we'll come back to you then. County Attorney Maury Josephson.
No report.
Okay. And we have our Deputy Director of Finance, Drew Brayman.
Good morning, or good evening. The only thing I have to add is we're now through the audit and we're catching up on everything else now. So thank you.
Any questions for any staff with these reports? No? Okay. Then I would like to do something different too. Like I said, I don't think it's wise to start on the fund balance discussion right now. So let's go to Resolution F. That was pulled off the agenda. And sorry, I think I might have caught you with your mouth full. And I see, because we do have a staff person waiting here too to address it. So do you want to go ahead and take that?
Luckily, just a mint.
Oh, okay.
I had not my supper or anything. So let's see. So I'd like to put forward Resolution F, accepting the plan, navigating electrical outages, proactive steps for today and tomorrow's electrified world.
Is there a second? Randy seconds.
And first, Randy, was there a certain reason that you wanted to pull this off?
Yeah, I'm scrolling down to get to it. Yes, first of all, this was in our peak committee. It was presented to us, and I think Haley's here. And I want to say that she did an excellent job on this report. I thought it was very comprehensive and informational. I'm scrolling down still, looking for the actual resolution. I had some questions on the resolution, which I brought up at the meeting, and there was one area that I was concerned about, and I think that, when I read this type of resolution, so much effort is put on saying how many crazy things are going to happen, but the issue on this particular one is to talk about how we're going to deal with electrical outages. And so the reason I brought this one up is because we talked about this quite a bit when we're putting so much demand on these electrical grids
For others looking for it, it's packet page 42.
No, I've got it right in front of me.
Okay.
And I wanted to bring this up. So NYSEG, which is where we get our electric from, and recently I was contacted by two constituents with issues with NYSEG, and two of them had fires. So this just happened in the last few months. One was in July, and NYSEG never responded. So the fire department showed up. There are live wires in the ground. They actually lost a building. And finally, so they never showed. and the wires were on the ground for over 16 hours till somebody from Connecticut showed up, a contractor of some sort, and once he got there, was able to turn the power off within 8 minutes. But they lost a building, and the fire people showed up, and they couldn't cross the wires to get to this building to put it out. So they did manage to go around and ruin the yard a little bit, and at this nice bed and breakfast on Hines Road in Enfield, and they were in contact with both us and Ann. So in speaking to them, and I actually visited both locations where there were fires. There were actually 3 fires together over the last year, where NYSEG, one was a burning pole for 2 days that nobody showed up for, and the other one burned part of the people's house, which they ended up pulling the wires down themselves, so they to get away from their house. So this wasn't talked about in this particular resolution, but I wanted to bring this up. That talking purely about just the grids themselves, it doesn't really help the people when they have emergencies. So I actually contacted Michael Stitley to see if there's not a way that we can elevate these types of issues, and Mike's looking into that. The fire department showed up. Everybody showed up except for NYSEG, and there are no local contacts anymore for people to contact for these issues. So I just wanted to bring this up. I have a few things in this resolution that I just think it's too alarming. We're just alarming people too much, but I'll vote for it anyways.
Deborah.
Yeah, I guess as long as we're taking this opportunity to maybe dump on NYSEG, an organization that richly deserves it. I did notice in this presentation, I think on package page 49, there was a breakdown of the reasons for the electrical outages that we experienced over the past 3 years. And I noticed that vegetation interference.
Not vegetarians, okay.
Yeah, vegetarian interference, yeah. Vegetation interference and equipment failure accounted for, over 75% of those outages. And those are things that are squarely within the purview of NYSEG. And I know that as we have complained about NYSEG's performance in rate cases over the past few years, one of the consistent things that has been brought up is that they promise to use all this extra money they're asking for to take care of the vegetation that borders on their system, and yet they never do it. And this is just further evidence of that. Not that it changes the way I'm going to vote, but I never miss an opportunity to speak about one of my favorite organizations.
Ann?
Yeah, just wondering if Haley wanted to say anything about the concerns that have been brought up thus far.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I think the main takeaway of this plan is that there are some, in regards to NYSEG, is there are some actions that list out ways that the county can lobby to get better vegetation management practices put in place, and also just to really lobby them to do a better job, and particularly with electric outages, and especially as we move towards electrification and are relying on the grid more than ever. So those are all listed. They start on page
51?
Yeah, on packet page 61, page 10 of the plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to add for vegetation, one of the things that was mentioned, that the industry standard, if I have this correct, Haley, is at least every 5 years to, a 5-year cycle. That means every 5 years they're going over the same area, and they have chosen a 6-year cycle.
Yeah, so in the most recent rate case, it was decided that they would have a 6-year cycle when every other utility in the state is under a 5-year trim cycle. And so it doesn't really make any sense. But this plan would kind of help to give us that push and ability to act and lobby to get those needs met.
Rich.
Yeah, thank you. Haley, for the benefit of our guests at the meeting, perhaps you'd introduce yourself from the Department of Planning and Sustainability.
Sure. I'm Haley Delisle, the Sustainability Coordinator for Tompkins County. I work out of the Department of Planning and Sustainability. I can give a little brief overview of the plan if that would be helpful or not. I'll defer to you all.
I don't need an overview, but if somebody else did. I was just going to comment, I recently was getting electrical work done and it needed input from NYSEG. And what my electrician said was this has been an extraordinary season, that the number of significant high energy storms localized have taken down power systems all over the place. And the crews have a priority list where they have to restore power to people as soon as possible. And getting to discretionary projects like my own, we kind of had to just wait. So I'm not going to sit here and defend NYSEG, but I think they've gone through a pretty hard few months. Certainly, I think everybody in this room has seen the weather we've had this summer, but it would seem to call for the need for more crews. You know, they do need to improve the capability.
I would point out that these statistics don't include this year.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure it's going to get better. I think the weather is going to get more unpredictable.
For sure.
Yeah, we've already had outages that exceed their maximum in here.
Greg.
Yeah, I mean, we've had bad weather, but 75% of the issue for outages is related to the incompetency of the corporation that provides our energy, right? Vegetation management and equipment failure. That's just preventative maintenance 101. So I guess my hope, and Haley, I don't know if this is a comment for you or for Ann as chair of Peak, but I hope that we see some resolutions that can help identify some of these lobbying efforts that we can put through committee and then bring through the legislature. Because, you know, I think people think that the power goes out because it's windy or it's rainy, but really it's because a tree branch that wasn't trimmed falls in the wind. Or it's because some piece of equipment had water infiltrated or an animal infiltrated because it wasn't maintained properly. And so I hope that these plans and these recommendations for action can actually turn into that and can turn into some form of lobbying or action. Because I do think, you know, to some of the earlier conversation we had here, when there's enough loud voices shouting in a direction, it's tend to be heard. So hopefully we can make some noise for whoever is in control and allowing this craziness to continue to take place in New York State. So happy to lend my support if you have recommendations on how to do that or can bring that through committee. But I would like to see some follow-up resolutions for advocacy around these type of issues.
Mike Sigler.
I'm just wondering, I have to respond to something Greg said, though. I don't know if we can really group equipment failure into failures by the company. I mean, I would put, obviously, maintenance, which is 5.77% under that. But, I mean, equipment fails. I don't know if that's, it doesn't say here that's because of maintenance. It just says it fails. I mean, equipment fails all the time. So I'm just wondering if under solutions, if there was any thought put to, I mean, obviously vegetation interference is 54%. I mean, has any thought been put into maybe the county lending assistance into mitigating that vegetation? I mean, I'd like to be the guy that says, well, NYSEG has to do this, well, I don't disagree with that, but it's not getting done, and it still needs to get done. And if we can meet with NYSEG under some terms, whereas we can assist with that, and we can keep the power on another 54.11% of the time, it would seem like that would be something we should probably investigate. I just didn't know if that was something we were looking into.
Deborah?
I want to point out, because I have been involved peripherally in the rate case lobbying that has gone on over the past several years, that one of the justifications that NYSEG has consistently offered for its rate increase requests is that they need more money to attend to the vegetation problem. If they're gouging their customers with the justification they're going to use that money to trim vegetation, I don't see why the county would step up and say, oh, here, let us help you with that at our expense. Why should the taxpayers pay for that when they're already paying through their electric bill?
To a for-profit company.
Yeah.
Because your taxpayers don't have power. That would be why.
Okay, anything more on Resolution F? Are we ready for a vote? Before we do, I just want to point out on page 63, there's a lovely picture of Legislator Corman reaching into an electric vehicle, and I don't know.
About to
Well,
electrocute yourself.
I'll be glad to explain that it was not a county car, but it's an electric vehicle, which I'm very familiar with. It's parked in my garage pretty much every day. And so I drove that to the planning departments and the electric vehicle showcase that they had. And so one of the questions was, how much maintenance do they take? And so I was showing somebody that take it apart, and there's like, no, I have to do washer fluid, and that's it. Very, very simple to operate and less expensive.
You looked very knowledgeable in that photo.
I can pull things apart.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
12 ayes.
12 ayes, the motion carries. Okay, we are going to take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
There's pie.
Thanks, Haley.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Haley.
Thank you all.
irritability letter. Very irritable. A number of people will comment.
Okay, we are back in session, and we are up to report from the County Administrator, Lisa Holmes.
Thanks, Dan. So I did want to speak tonight about the fund balance, and I'm going to share my screen. I have provided everyone in the room a copy of the presentation that I'm about to go over, because I think it might be a little easier to follow if you have it available. Okay. So I just also want to preface by saying I'm not an auditor. I'm only interested in this fund balance topic as it relates to what we have available for use in the 2025 budget. And I just wanted to provide you with the information that we've gleaned from the audit and its implications for the 2025 budget. So for starters here, in reviewing the 2023 audit, our total unassigned fund balance at the end of 2023 was $60.9 million. And in comparison, at the end of 2022, that figure was $72 million. So in 2023, there were a number of actions taken which contribute to that $11.1 million difference in the fund balance. There are many other factors that influence the fund balance, including the cumulative surpluses and deficits across the organization's operations, but these are the actions in 2023 that also directly impacted the fund balance. So again, at the end of 22, our total unassigned fund balance was $72 million. And in 2023, during the 2024 budget process, if you'll recall, we established a reserve of about $5.7 million in order to set money aside to pay off a number of capital projects that were coming toward their end, and that helped us to reduce the tax levy by $1.3 million and amounted to a 2.4% tax levy decrease. So we used $5.7 million in fund balance to do that. We also approved $4.7 million in one-time and multi-year OTRs during the 2024 budget process. And we also used about $283,000 to keep the tax levy to 2%. So all of those actions alone amounted to about a $10.7 million reduction in the unassigned fund balance. So that's not exactly the difference between 72 and 60.9, but it's very close. In December of 2023, we updated the fund balance policy to increase our target minimum unassigned fund balance to be calculated using 25% of the prior year's expenditures, and previously had been calculated using 18% of the prior year's revenues. So according to the audit, our year-end 2023 expenditures were $195 million. 25% of that puts our target fund balance at $48.7 million. Again, our end of the year fund balance is at $60.9 million, which leaves us with about $12.6 million remaining for use in 2025, hypothetically. And then a note that our actual expenditures grew by $13.9 million between 2022 and 2023. So that was an 8% growth in expenditures. So that's also something to keep in mind, that that denominator will continue to grow each year, you know, with if our budget continues to grow, and that would mean that our minimum fund balance would need to grow. In January of 2024, we established and funded various reserves for capital, self-insurance, workers' comp, and unemployment. And we moved $12.6 million from unassigned fund balance to those reserve accounts. So you'll recall our balance from the previous slide was 12.6 remaining for use. And then we moved about 12.6 from unassigned fund balance to reserve accounts, which then
I'm sorry, Lisa, it looks like that's exactly the same amount?
pretty much.
Well, to the dollar, right?
Did I do, let's see. Well, I will, if you go to the following slide, if I copied and pasted the wrong dollar amounts, these here, the unassigned fund balance remaining for use that, I'm sorry, yes, you're right. There's a typo on this page here. I think it's 12.160. So this amount on this
is the 12.160 amount the amount that was moved from unassigned fund balance to the reserve?
No,
account?
that amount is 12.6.
Just flat 12.6.
12,634,639.
Which is exactly the same as,
Yeah, that number's actually.
But you're saying on page 2 of your presentation,
oh, that one should be
the
12,160.
unassigned fund balance remaining for use in 2025 should be the 12,160,000.
That's correct.
Not that.
That's correct.
Okay.
So we moved 12.6 to the reserve accounts, which is, puts us at a slightly below our target. So again, our target fund balance, 25%, is 48.7 million. And with that reduction, our unassigned fund balance remaining is 48.229 million, which puts us within, with rounding, we're still within 25% of our target fund balance. But that really leaves us with zero remaining for use toward the budget. Unassigned. It's all assigned and designated. So the conclusions here, there are a number of them. One, our efforts to budget closely and stop over accumulating fund balance is working, as evidenced by our 2023 general fund balance. We are still in a very strong fiscal position with 48.3 million in unassigned fund balance. We are still meeting our 25% target. We have designated reserves to ensure that funds are available for priority areas, including our multiple capital projects, and the practice of funding one-time over-target requests, multi-year over-target requests, and our capital projects through the fund balance cannot continue in 2025 and beyond and stay within our fund balance policy. And ARPA is no longer available for use in the budgeting process. So what, unfortunately, this information has come to us very late in the budget preparation process. This is the first opportunity we've had to share it. We've had to make real-time decisions based on our best judgment and on the policies that are currently in place in order to complete the budget for the September 3rd target date. So what our plan to address this, to address the one-time and multi-year over-target requests in the 2025 budget is that we have identified several capital projects that can be funded for 1 year using the debt service reserve in 2025. This will free up approximately $3 million within our tax levy target to pay for one-time and multi-year over-target requests in the 2025 budget. My process thus far has been only to approve previously approved multi-year commitments and true one-time requests needed and not new initiatives, and viewing 2025 as a transition year as we make these changes. And even by taking these measures, it's added many additional challenges to an already challenging budget year. Aiming for the 2% levy increase resulted in a 5% cut to departments. Seeing so far about $3 million in target requests and about $4 million in one-time multi-year requests from departments. In a year like this, not everything is going to be able to be funded. There are many areas that are in need of policy decisions and priority settings, including capital projects. And we're going to be expressing some of those as the capital projects as over-target requests to be included or not included. I still will deliver a budget with a 2% levy increase as directed. However, having reviewed the needs and requests, I don't believe it's going to be sufficient to meet the operational needs of the organization. So my plan is also to deliver a recommended budget which will be higher than 2%, but within the tax cap. And even that budget will likely not be able to restore the multiple cuts that have taken place. So that's the update of where we are, and I'd be happy to try to answer questions.
Rich. On page 5, when you say 4.45%, is that the New York State tax cap?
That is correct.
Okay. Is that hard number or is that an estimate at this point?
At this point, it's the hard number.
Okay. And then it seems to me we're using end of 2023 years for fund balance, but there's lots of variables that happen to fund balance throughout the year, such as interest income seems to be far different this year than in past years. And we may be getting grant funds, for example, that can supplant budgeted expenses, and we can save money there, our vacancy rate, all of that. Are we factoring that in yet, or no?
We have begun budgeting with the budget process, factoring in a vacancy rate. But there are so many variables that go into the year-end fund balance.
Well, I know we have a vacancy rate factored into the budget, but the actual vacancy rate, are we using that? Because what would really be helpful to us is knowing what's the fund balance heading towards at the end of 2024, rather than the 23 number that's historical. Is there any way to predict that or to approximate it? I don't want to say predict. Are we doing anything to do that?
No. I can say we're tracking as many things as we can track, but there are certain variables that we really don't have control over in terms of the timing of reimbursements for DSS, for instance. And there are some questions around fund balance, which I told Lori I would write down and save for her to answer when she returns, because this is a lot in her bailiwick as well.
Sure.
So that's one of them.
Okay.
Randy.
Yeah, Lisa, thanks for taking this on. I appreciate it. And it's well to read this. I think that some of our fund balance issues are self-imposed. When we went from 18 to 25%, we said 7% isn't touchable, and 18% was perfectly fine for a long time. And I think it was 15% before that. It's one of the things I think that would help me is, and Rich talked about the vacancy rate. Some of those vacancies are county expense, and some of them are state expense. Is that correct? Like DSS is a reimbursable expense for some people. It would help me to understand better if I knew of those vacancies, which ones were purely county expense and which ones were state reimbursable expense. If that's something you guys come up with when that time comes.
Sure.
Other questions or comments? Greg?
Yeah. I guess the first question is there any consideration for using the cap or the self-insurance workers' comp or unemployment reserves to cover any portion of those expenses in the 2025 budget?
Those three reserves in particular?
Yeah, because those are the ones that we set the, I'm trying to follow the numbers, because if I look back at the resolution that authorized that, it was like a 15,851 and change resolution. So I know that we set money aside, right? There was capital, there was debt service, and then there was those, I think it was 760,000 for workers' comp, $1 million for catastrophic insurance deductible, and 231,964 for unemployment, is what the whereas says in the resolution.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any consideration for using any portion of those reserve funds to cover any of those expenses?
So we've been meeting with finance to determine where from the reserves we can use and still maintain the minimum balance of those reserves. And that's what we're trying to do to maximize the use of the reserves while maintaining the minimum balance and using them for the purpose that they are designated.
So I guess, am I missing something in that resolution that we said that it would be a minimum balance in that policy change, or that it would just be, is it more of a desired balance? I mean, at what point do we get to use reserves, right? Do we, like, when can we say we don't need that minimum anymore? It seems like maybe we're at that point. Maybe to Randy's point, our self-created squirreling of money away for reserves, well, at what point do we use the reserves? I think that's a policy question that we need to answer, but I think it's one that needs to be asked early in the process. My other question, in 2023, we spent more than we collected? Yes. So again, the audited financial statements in reality, sometimes I feel like there's a big miss. So I appreciate the diligence of the folks preparing that, but I'm a simple guy. Revenue minus expenses and whatever's left over. There was no additional money collected, or were there resolutions that we had to approve to reallocate revenue to cover expenses that didn't have revenues that were anticipated? I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the basic flow of monies through the county covering revenue and expenses, and typically we've had more revenue than expenses, so we've added to fund balance. Where did we lose revenue, and where did we have expenses, and how does it compare to the budget in which we passed?
I think, again, this is something that Lori can go in more detail, but my understanding is there were several times throughout 2023 that the budget was amended to where we expected to receive much more state and federal revenue. A lot of that was how we started to recognize the accounting for TCAT. So we increased our expected revenues, and we did not receive them. So there's about a $7 million difference in those revenues, federal revenues, and it's around transportation.
And those are revenues that we can anticipate to never collect, or to collect in 2024? What's the status of those anticipated revenues? Did we over-anticipate?
I believe that it's a timing issue and that we do expect to receive them.
So in terms of 2023, the deficit is just because of when we're taking the snapshot of the financials, not the true economic position, because if we anticipated an extra 7 million, at some point we're going to have to realize that 7 million if they're in fact anticipated. And we would receive those in 2024, which goes to Rich's point of how, when we take this picture, can paint the picture we're looking at. And it seems like there's more information, but because of how information is trickled out in the process, we actually don't have complete information around the true balance of this fund while we're making the decision. I mean, maybe I'm not seeing this correctly. I really struggle with, it sounds like there's more money coming in. And are there expenses that fund balance has covered that then those revenues would backfill? So then we'd see a $7 million windfall.
You'll remember my disclaimer at the start of this is that I'm not an accountant. I'm not an auditor.
Then maybe I can direct that at Drew.
It would have actually been a great question, I think, for Conrad and Dwayne while they were here. So I think it's something we can take back to them and ask them. I think where you were going and about where Rich was going, and Lisa probably remembers this, when COVID kicked off in 2020, we did ask all departments to do a forecast in, oh gosh, I want to say it was August, September, and try to establish where we were at for the current year to look at what was coming up for 2021. And that was a huge lift for many departments. And while there was some accuracy, there were so many unknowns, as Lisa alluded to, that you just don't know. Many of our funding sources, health department, early intervention, they go back 2 years and adjust those. We just got the 2021 rates in recently. So you don't know those.
Yeah, but we're essentially covering those expenses with county funds until those are until we receive those reimbursements.
So that a great example there was where you reimbursed the Ithaca School District X amount. The rates came in about 20% less. So they owed us money and we had to pay that money back to New York State. So we may have recorded revenues that we shouldn't have, but we didn't know that at the time. At the same time as you're saying, there may be some revenues to be recorded as well.
So I guess my question then would be to try to understand what the trends are, right? On an annual basis, if we look back at the last 5-10 years, are we recording expenses in our favor, or are we recording revenues in our favor? Like, what can we realistically anticipate, and is there any trend in the data? Because I guess I'm struggling to get sort of a managerial level, operational level view of what this really is, and that's troubling to me.
On a $200 million budget, we're 99% there. You may see a million or two here and there, but nothing significant. And as Lisa said, you know, some of the effects of what you've purposely been doing with fund balance is now coming true, you know. She had in her slide presentation where we have purposely done use of that fund balance.
Deborah.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I mean, I think one place that you were trying to get to, and Randy and Rich as well, is it's difficult for us to figure out at what point in time does this 25% thing kick in, because we're working with a number that's now 8 months old. So I don't know that we have a way of knowing until we have next year's audit what exactly we're going to have left in fund balance as of 12/31/2024. I think that's what you're trying to get at. Is there another way for us to figure out what the real numbers are versus what the audited accounting is? But I wanted to ask another set of questions. As I read this, your third slide, Lisa, we used $1.3 million plus $283.5 to reduce the tax levy last year, right? So that's close to 1.6 million. Plus, we approved almost 4.8 million in one-time and multi-year OTRs.
I'm sorry, Deborah, we used 5.7 million. We funded the debt service reserve. It was 5.7 million, not 1.3 million.
But I'm trying to get at what we spent last year, what we expended or put towards expenditures and to reduce the tax levy and to fund OTRs. And there's like maybe 6.4 million.
It's 10.78 million because we funded the debt service reserve at 5.7 million. That is to pay off those various capital projects over a period of 2 to 3 years.
So what you're saying is we spent a total of 10.7 million?
That's correct.
We spent it.
We funded, yes, we funded
Okay.
the debt service reserve, and then yes, that's correct.
So I
No
want
longer
to,
available for use.
and then we ended up with expenditures that were 8% higher year over year.
That's correct.
All right, so when we start talking about self-imposed problems, I want everyone to be sure that they understand that those self-imposed problems have as much to do with what we spent as what we set aside for expenses that we anticipate in the future. Thank you.
Mike Lane.
To the point that Greg was asking about, the idea that we would have some of this money coming back, you said 7 million maybe. But as we go forward, we're going to have those same deficits from other expenditures, right? It's not just like we're done and here we get this money in. We're going to be spending it for other things and waiting for more money to come back in 26 or 27.
Rich.
Yeah, just going back to the use of the verb spent. On page 2 of your presentation, the 5.72 was put in reserve. It wasn't really spent because those were prior obligations that we already had committed to in years before. And putting it in reserve means we'll reduce our obligations in budgets in future years. So we kind of spent it.
We pay that, didn't we use that to actually pay those obligations?
Right, but it makes it look like we went crazy spending money in 2023 when we didn't really. We just allocated it to money we were going to have to spend anyway that we'd already committed.
Which was why I said 1.3. Lisa's the one that said.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm,
Well,
yeah.
and I'm considering it not available for use.
Right. I think that's a better explanation. So I would say we're really looking at the 6.1 or so. Is that right?
6.4.
6.4 of new spending we did, and some of it was to reduce the levy. And we had a big argument last year. Did we want a 0% tax levy or a 2%? And we went with 2% because we said we don't want to be in the situation where we're going to have to do a big levy increase in future years. But it sounds like we may be there this year now. I'm glad we did the 2% last year in retrospect. But I guess I'm still wondering how we do planning on a number of 60.9 million when we really don't know. And it sounds like it's very, very difficult to know what that number is. Yeah, so I don't know what this tells us. I'm confused. Thanks.
Got Randy, then Greg, then Mike Lane.
Join the club, Rich. So this is complicated, there's no doubt about it. I mean, especially when you look at this book and there's 6 different spreadsheets showing different numbers, right? So but the one I like best is 11, by the way. If I remember correctly, when we took the resolution on January 16th, we took $12 million and put it in reserve accounts, right? One of them was, the biggest one being capital, I think, for the Center for Government Building, I think was $9 million or something like that. So that's what I meant by self-imposed. We've decided to do this. So one of the, I think that Lori presented to the Budget and Capital Committee the last time, a really good presentation. I thought of all the funding and average balances, and I thought that was really good. I encourage everybody to look at that. I do want to go over that with Lori when she returns, because it had a lot of good information. I think that really kind of laid it out, and that will help me. So,
Greg.
I guess to Mike's point, if we're at a fund balance deficit for 2025, what funds do we have available to cover the, what I'll call cash flow challenges of not receiving reimbursements and then having expenditures, if we're maxed at our policy, right, and there's no additional funds and fund balance going into this budget, what cash is available to make those maneuvers?
So I'm not saying that we have a deficit, that we will necessarily have a deficit in our operating budget. We have the funds sufficiently set aside to present an operating budget within fiscal targets and within the tax cap. The many of our one-time obligations, 3-year one-time obligations, capital obligations that we have been funding through unassigned fund balance and or the ARPA funds, we're going to have to bring into, some of them bring under the tax levy and or utilize this, the debt service reserve to pay for our one-time expenses this year. Pay for whatever we can that fits under the category of the debt service reserve, which will free up funding to pay for those one-time areas that we've obligated or implied a 3-year commitment to.
Mike Lane.
I just want to mention that on this debt service reserve, we took fund balance and put it in there last year. And that's what a lot of us wanted to do, was to try to knock down the large fund balance that we had. And by doing that, we didn't have to raise taxes. But if we take it out of there, we have to go back to paying interest on some of our obligations, we may have to have it go. We may have to go to the levy for it.
Deborah.
Yeah, I have a question about your plan to address one-time and multi-year OTRs in the 25 budget. You said only previously approved multi-year OTRs and true one-time requests, no new initiatives. I guess I understand the no new initiatives piece, but I would urge everyone to remember that if we have a multi-year OTR that we're in the middle of, we don't have to continue to fund that. So I guess that's one of the difficult policy decisions we're going to be confronted with. You know, I know that nobody's real happy about this, and I know that some of you are not big fans of the reserve accounts, but I think this conversation that we're having is one of the reasons why we needed to have the policy and needed to have those reserves, because in the past, we've looked at this big number and said, man, we're flush. And I think that what we're learning here is that however big the number is, it's not necessarily that we're flush. And it's better to know that stuff than to continue spending as if the gravy train was never going to pull out of the station. Just my thoughts.
And may I just say to your point, Deborah, about the only previously approved multi-year OTRs, that has been my method thus far. It doesn't mean that it applies
that we're locked in.
Yeah, but that was just at least one way of approaching this year's budget to see. And I think it was quickly, just by doing that, I was quickly over $2 million in the previously approved commitments. We have some large ones.
Rich.
Yeah, I'm wondering, we did our policy change at the same time we set up reserve accounts. So we hit ourselves two ways. We set a higher percentage, and we said we're going to allocate these specific monies for these specific purposes. But we knew we had those obligations in coming years. So I'm sitting here going, isn't that kind of, if we left it in fund balance, we'd use it for the same purpose?
Right.
Would we? And should we think about our policy, because it is a policy, it's not a law or anything, to give us the ability to work through our budget needs this year? I mean, we didn't, that's why I guess I asked the question about, is it spent? Because it wasn't spent, it was applied.
That's correct.
And if we hadn't done the resolution in January, we'd have lots more in our fund balance. Yeah, but
That's exactly my point. It would look like we had a lot of money in fund balance that we wouldn't necessarily say to ourselves as we wanted to spend it on something. But we need to put that back for capital or workman's comp or you name it.
Yeah, I think I don't want to suggest we should get rid of these reserves, because I like the idea of reserves and to know that that's addressed and it's in a lockbox or whatever term you want to use. But Lisa's comment, 2025 should be viewed as a transition year. Maybe we should think about our policy of 25% for 1 year and make this work till we get there, but still try to get to 25.
Okay, I've got Randy, Mike Lane, and Deborah.
Good news is I think our interest income is going to be at least $2 million over our budget. So that's one good news. Yeah, I agree with that. When you look at where we reserved these funds, I think I voted for that one. I understood what we were doing there, but I think that 25%, we'll have to look at that number and we'll have to decide if that's the number we're going to stick with. And maybe we will, maybe we won't.
Mike Lane.
I wish Lori were here with us tonight, because she was the one that came to us and said, this is what we should be doing. We should be basing it on expenditures, and it should be 25%. We had talked about should there be a range, and I would really like to hear, in this discussion, I would really like to hear from Lori, since that was her proposal. No offense, Drew, but I would like to hear from there.
Deborah.
Yeah, I also want to remind people that there's language written into the policy that says that if we reduce our fund balance below that 25%, we can do that. We just have to have a plan going forward to build it back up to the 25%. So rather than talk about revisiting the policy and changing the policy, let's take advantage of what the policy offers us as an exception, or not even an exception, but the opportunity, if need be, to go under that 25% and then have a plan going forward in better years to replace it. And I also think we need to remember that we're not just in this situation because of these policies, which were fiscally prudent, but also because we've been spending an awful lot of money. I mean, an 8% increase in our expenditures, that's a lot. And I think one of the problems with our budget process, which is a very good process, it's much better than most other processes you see in local municipalities, is that we end up considering and voting on each little piece that we're going to spend money on one at a time. And it's hard to bear in mind how that's all adding up. We worry about how much we're spending on our contingent fund. I mean, how often do we pass resolutions, like just tonight on our agenda, there's almost $150,000 hit to the contingent fund. We can't get around paying that stuff. But the hard part about passing resolutions at every meeting and particular OTRs as we go through the budget process is that you lose track of how the money's adding up.
I do have a few more people on the list, and I'm going to suggest that we try to wrap it up after that because this is clearly not the last time we're going to have this conversation. There's a lot of information, a lot of questions we have that are unanswered, a lot more information to gather, and a lot more discussion. So with that in mind, I've got Amanda.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what I want to say, but I'm not for going back and looking at the policy again. I think we did that. We talked about it for a long time. Deborah made a case for if we have to take the money. They're all doing great work, but we can't just keep going on spending and not sort of face the consequences of that, with the cost of everything, with the cost of services, with less reimbursements from the state. So I appreciate that people want to take more money and spend it, but I don't necessarily think that that's the right thing to do this year. And it sounds like we're going to be getting a recommended budget that is limited, and we're going to all want to add in all the things that aren't in there. I just don't think that we can do that. So I'll stop there.
Right.
Yeah, Deborah, I agree with a lot of your points. I don't know if, I know it's shocking, right, when it comes to budget. Can this reflect in the minutes, please? I think it's important, one of the things that you made, right, is, and this is sort of a question I've had from the beginning, is what's the plan to use some of these funds to reduce the tax burden on our constituents? That's my focus. It's not spend. It's how do we reduce the cost to live in Tompkins County, and how do we keep our levy and our spending in check? So I hope that we will be hypercritical and super inquisitive and be willing to make hard decisions when it comes to departmental and programmatic and other budgets that we review, and making the tough decision of saying, okay, is this the highest and best use of dollars for the community? Does this have the greatest impact? Are we getting a return on the investment that's sufficient? Because I'm sure there is something that we're doing out there at the county that we could not be doing, and nobody would know the difference. And so,
somebody will know.
Well, few will know the difference. So I think that's important, because I can remember for the 3 budget cycles I've been on the legislature now, I think it's been 3, right? Yeah, 3, 2, only 2? Oh man, this is, okay. All right, for this being the 3rd.
It only feels like 110.
It only feels like 110. That when legislators have proposed a recommendation or cut to a department budget, it's been met with wild resistance. And so I think that's important to also remember as we're not adding new initiatives to, as Deb calls it, the gravy train. We also need to recognize that maybe we need to be aggressively looking at some of these things and who's to say that the maintenance of effort is what we should be maintaining? And I think that's the question we really need to be asking ourselves in this budget process. So I hope, to Amanda's point, that we can not add, but we can also look at aggressive reductions if necessary, or use of funds that we have collected and are essentially holding in trust for the benefit of our constituents who have paid them.
Okay, I've got Rich, then Mike Sigler, and maybe we can call it a day there?
Pass.
Maybe? Oh, Mike Sigler.
Well, I guess I have a question then. I mean, from what you both have just said, I mean, should we even accept OTRs this year? I mean, why are we going to build people's hopes for doing an OTR if we're saying it's more than likely that that's not going to happen? In fact, we're going to be looking at maybe cutting people's budgets, I guess. I mean, the OTRs are definitely, I wouldn't call them gravy, but.
No, I think, though, the problem is that when we set that 2% target, it involves cutting a lot of what's already been done and a lot of staff that's already in place. And a lot of the OTRs that Lisa's seeing, as I understand it, are almost just stuff to get the departments to maintenance of effort. They're not new programs and stuff like that. Is that right?
That's correct. I would also say that this information coming about 3 weeks prior to the end of my budget preparation is somewhat changing the landscape and the rules on which we've set for the departments to create their budgets. In the past, I've been asked for departments to express the over target requests, or the amount that we're cutting, express if they can do without it, they don't ask for it back. But if they can't, then they express what this cut is how it's going to impact them. And there are a lot of those, as well as new and different needs that have arisen. For instance, there's a new requirement for a different component of the audit that it's just, we can't not do it. So there are a lot of requests like that, and I would characterize, by and large, I'm not seeing anything superfluous this year. And there are some certain things that the legislature has specifically asked for. I'm thinking in terms of like the Department of Assessment, of a fully staffed assessment department. So it runs the gamut.
Amanda.
Yeah, just to answer Mike's question, I think for me, I want to know what people need and what they are asking for. I want to hear from the departments. I don't want them to just not tell us, and then we need to know what they're asking for so we can make a decision.
Okay, is this a good enough place to leave this for now? I am exploring the idea of setting up a session with Lori Scarrett and whatever legislators want to attend, so we can do more kind of a question and answer and more in depth on this topic. Lori's pretty much not available between now and September 3rd, though, so it's going to be a little while. All right, moving on. Thank you, Lisa. Getting back to our agenda. We are on item 10, resolutions to be added to or withdrawn from the agenda. There's a resolution in your packet, in your red folder, that I would like to move to be added to the agenda. Extension of deadline for Cayuga Health Center and Cuba International for the Community Recovery Fund grants. So moved. Mike Lane seconds. Votes to get it on the agenda. Is there any discussion? Randy?
Just to put it on the agenda, you mean?
Yes, correct.
Okay, no questions.
Thank you. Okay, can we have a vote then?
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Champion? Yes. Susan Curry?
Yes. Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. That is 12 ayes, unanimous. It's on the agenda. Thank you, everybody. We are now up to standing and special committees. Am I correct? We did all the in-betweens? All right. Downtown Facilities Special Committee, Randy Brown, Chair.
Not much has changed. We're actually going to be, we did receive the request for qualifications, and it's narrowed down to 4 companies in what they presented. It was scored, and I think we have 4 good candidates. On the 28th of August, we're going to be interviewing all 4 of them in the special group of people evaluating, which will be 4 legislators and people from staff. And the goal is to pick one of them. It may be more than one, but then they would be presented to the full legislature later in September. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep.
That's correct.
Any questions or comments for Randy? Ann?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind folks, I don't have my calendar open, but we set aside a certain time. Do you want to say what, does anybody know what that is offhand, just to make sure we have that in our schedule? Because I think we're doing it before a legislature meeting,
Yes,
right?
so it's 98% certain. That's why I didn't announce it yet, but
okay.
It's okay. It's going to be September, probably 17th, is it? Yes, so before the second legislature meeting in September, probably at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but there's a few more things to work out on that.
Just
I
so
will let you know.
tentatively in our schedules, okay.
Yes, and I will let you know very
I just
soon.
know there's a lot of moving parts for different meetings.
There really
so.
are. It's a big, big time. Lots going on. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Randy? Okay. Next up, Health and Human Services Committee. Shauna Black is out, is not with us tonight. Travis.
But we haven't met since our last meeting. We meet this coming Monday. That's really it.
Any questions or comments for Travis? Thank you. Next up, Housing and Economic Development Committee, Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. Just in the interest of time, our next meeting will be September the 4th, Wednesday at 3 o'clock, but no additional items to report tonight.
Questions or comments for Greg? Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shirtliff, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities and Infrastructure Committee meeting was last Thursday, and several items are reflected here on the agenda. I had a few things I was going to note, but Martha Robertson, Greg Mezzi, and one of our speakers covered those earlier, so I'm going to keep right on going and go straight to the resolutions.
All right, you have quite a few, right?
Yes, we do. Resolution G, Budget Adjustment, Highway Department, appropriating American Rescue Plan Act funds for the purchase of highway equipment, ID number 12643. I'll move it.
Thank you. Is there a second, Randy? Okay. Anything you want to say, Lee?
Just a quick note. These were, the purchases that were involved were originally scheduled in the capital program, and we've moved this to make use of ARPA funds for this year, and it includes replacement of equipment 1995 and 1998 vintage, and it's approximately $336,000 that we're looking to move to use those ARPA funds.
Very good. Any questions or comments on Resolution G? Ready for a vote?
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah
Yes.
Dawson.
Yes.
Rich
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi. Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
11 ayes.
11 ayes, unanimous. The motion carries. Lee?
The next 4 are all related to the airport. awards of contract and anticipated receipt and acceptance of FAA funds. And the first one is Resolution H, award of contract and anticipated receipt and acceptance of Federal Aviation Administration and New York State Department of Transportation grant for the rehabilitating runway 14/32, lighting, LED, reconstruct airfield guidance signs, design, Ithaca Tompkins International Airport, ID 12655.
Is there a second? Mike Lane seconds. You've already said your
I think
explanation.
it speaks for itself.
Very good. Any debate on Resolution H? Let's have a vote then.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes. Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 11 ayes, the motion carries. Resolution J.
Resolution J, award of contract and anticipated receipt and acceptance of FAA and New York State DOT grant, reconfigure taxiway D, E, and F, and new taxiways J and K, and general aviation apron design, Ithaca Tompkins International Airport, ID 12662. So moved.
Mike Lane seconds. Discussion. So I just want to be clear, we're on Resolution I, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
You just read, I think you,
Resolution I.
okay. I think I said J by mistake.
You said J, and I was looking at I.
My bad. So we're on Resolution I. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, let's have a vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah
Yes.
Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
12 ayes.
12 ayes, the motion carries. Now we're on Resolution J.
Well, in your defense, Dan, that I on there does look like a J.
Thank you for defending me, Lee.
Resolution number J, award of contract and anticipated receipt and acceptance of FAA and New York State DOT grant update airport sustainable master plan and airfield pavement management plan. Ithaca Tompkins International Airport, ID 12663. So moved.
Is there a second? Mike Lane seconds. Discussion. Let's have a vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes. Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Yes. Susan's just a girl who can't say no.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
12 ayes.
12 ayes, the motion carries. And Resolution K.
Resolution K, authorizing award of bid and anticipated receipt and acceptance of FAA and New York State DOT grant for the purchase of aircraft rescue and firefighting structural vehicle and auxiliary equipment. Ithaca Tompkins International Airport, ID number 12664. So moved.
Greg Mezzi seconds. Discussion. Randy.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this up because at the Facilities Infrastructure meeting, we talked about this is a lot of money being spent, and we need to spend this money in advance and then be reimbursed. So to the point, it's a lot of money going out the door, but Roxanne addressed that. She said typically reimbursements within a month. So I just wanted to share that.
Greg.
Yeah, I think she also said that typically we will receive the federal dollars before the due date on the invoice. Typically, I think it was even that specific. So it's a pretty seamless process.
She's on the She's on the Zoom tonight, too.
Any other discussion on Resolution K? Okay, let's have a vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Although I sometimes say no, I'll say yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 12 ayes, the motion carries. Lee, anything else from your committee?
Just, you'll see another series of resolutions next month coming from Transportation, ITC, and some large dollar amounts. And again, it relates back to playing catch up on some of the reimbursements.
Very good. Randy?
I just want to add that hopefully by the end of the month, we're going to do a tour of the customs facility up there to get an understanding of what that building looks like. I've never been there, so I know Susan and I are going to go, and we'll schedule it with Roxanne, and anybody else who wants to go is more than welcome to.
Any last, oh, go ahead, Lee.
To that point, and I guess I'd better come back to it, given comments under privilege of the floor, Roxanne did outline to the committee that they are in the midst of updating the strategic plan for the airport. I think Greg may have touched on it. And there will be options presented to us in the very near future as to what to do with the customs facility. And it does remain operating at a significant deficit. So we will be seeing that sooner rather than later.
Anything else for the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee? Okay, thank you. Let's go on to the Government Operations Committee. Amanda Champion, Chair.
Thank you. My only report is that we will next meet on September 5th at 10 a.m. And I have a resolution, and I believe Jay is here if we need to talk about it. So I would go ahead and move Resolution L, I think that's an L.
Yes.
Urging New York State to pass an assessment cycle bill.
There's Greg seconds.
And I would defer to Jay to give a rundown. I mean, we did talk quite a bit about this at GO, and just a reminder that this is a resolution urging the state. It's not something that we're doing. So I hope, you know, it's getting late. I hope we don't have to debate it for a long time.
Thanks for having me all tonight. I'm so glad I came here in chambers tonight. But this is just kind of in response to this last year as part of our annual equity maintenance program. Hearing the discussion on people suggesting what we should be doing, and knowing that anxiety hits everybody's mind once we get to February. And when they go out to their mailbox, are they going to get an assessment change notice? What it's going to look like? What's going to happen? Having the focus on my office for taxes when I don't control any sort of taxes. I have a $1-point-something million budget. That's about the only effect on taxes that I have within our office. So this was just kind of taking what everybody wants us to do and stop the annual reassessment process. Go through a cycle, have it once every 4 years. People know when their assessment is going to change. We have the ability to also more adequately staff the office. As of right now, I get to May or June, I'm not really sure what our work plan is going to be. It's really hard to know. And it's also impossible for me to come to you or come to Lisa when we have to submit our budget in July for me to try to figure out what's going to happen next July. Where is the real estate market going to be? You know, we're not predictors of the real estate market. We just reflect what happens in the past. So it's really difficult with the budget years. And so this way we know our workload. But you know, what we were trying to do and what people want us to do is not something that's allowed currently by New York State real property tax law. Our options are to continue annual reassessment at 100%, or we do annual reassessment at a fractional value. So if the market went up 10%, rather than increasing everyone's assessment 10%, we could change our level of assessment from 100% down to 90. Now we're getting into small, minute differences in percentages, but effectively we could say that. But once we start valuing everyone at 90% of value, their $200,000 assessment that they see and we've notified them now becomes $222,222. So we change their market value without notifying them. We can't get around that. Wherever the market goes is where our level of assessment will go. We did this in 2006-07. We took a lot of flack for changing people's value and not notifying them of that. It was much harder to explain. Why did we do that? I don't know why we did that. I honestly don't know. But with an annual reassessment program, it's easy to explain and easy to go. So this is urging New York State to take a look at and hopefully provide us with a cycle of being able to say we have a 4-year cycle. In year 1, we clean up from the reval we just did. Year 2, we start looking at what projects we need to do to prepare for that revaluation. Year 3, we start the valuation process with some commercial, some vacant, some farm. We get into residential in that 4th year and we go. So it's actually much easier on the department. It's easier to fund. It's easier on the public. They know exactly when their changes are going to be. The only problem is we can't do it. So this is sending it off to New York State saying, hey, please take a look at this. New York State doesn't do much now with the real property tax. They don't receive a penny from the real property tax. So their efforts are focused on sales tax and income tax and other things. So hopefully this will kind of spur our representatives at the state level and any future representatives at the state level. Hopefully we can get them to be able to respond to this and give us some options at least. You know, at one point, the good that we're doing with the annual reassessment program may be causing more harm than the good that it's doing. And that's not what the intent is. You know, government, you know, we're here to help, but when it starts hurting, we got to take a look and see if there's a better way to do it.
Deborah.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm about to ask this question, but so I understand that what you're saying is that state law requires us to assess every year. We've made a choice to assess at 100%. You want the state to change the law so we assess every 4 years, which I gather a lot of counties are doing, or they're not assessing for 20 years. So it's kind of like when you're on a highway with the speed limit being 55 and everybody's going 70, except we're going 55. Why don't we just go 70 like everyone else?
The problem is our 70 then becomes a 70% level of assessment.
I don't understand how that works. Amanda tried to explain this to me, and I'm afraid I'm just too dense to get it.
So what New York State does every year is they take a look at our assessment roll and verifies what our values are. So they make sure that we're at 100% of fair market value. So if those values are not adjusted and the market goes up, our assessments are now less than what that 100% of fair market value is.
And
so
we get spanked for not meeting our own goal?
No, there's no spanking, there's no stick. The only thing
we don't get a ticket.
The only thing is the transparency to the public. We can change one figure, our level of assessment, and everyone's market value is changed. And that is what people didn't like the last time. They didn't like that non-transparency. So now a way around that is we could say we're at 90% of value and send everyone a new letter with their new market value. Why don't we just change their market value and do that correctly rather than have a fractional value for that assessment? So it would be like saying no, I don't know that. I was trying to do with your speeding thing, but it's too late. But it's really that perception. You know, places around us haven't done a reval. I'm also the assessor for the town of Genoa in my private life. We have an 80% level of assessment up there right now. So if you're assessed at $80,000, your market value is really $100,000. And that level of assessment has gone down since 21 when they did a reval, 22. And market values change without the public being notified.
And you think...
And this right here will allow us to freeze the valuation date so that we're always valuing, say, as of July 1 of 2024, over that 4-year period. Only physical changes happen, and we stay at 100%. Some inequity is going to come into the roll over those 4 years, but at least it's transparent. People know when they're going to get a change. Technically, we're still at that 100%. We don't go to a fractional value and confuse the public even more.
You think they dislike being confused more than they dislike having...
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Irene and I stayed on the phone. I mean, it was a pretty contentious vote. I think it was an 8-7 vote to go to it, and it was a 14-0 vote to go back to annual reassessment on 100%.
Okay.
So, you know, everything is cyclical. So we're back here 20 years ago, and I have news clippings from the 50s in the Journal about talking about this as well. So it's good to see things are cyclical and we're talking about it, but let's see if there's a better way to do this that doesn't get inequity in the role. We can staff the office and you all can fund it and the public knows what needs to happen. Or, you know, it's easier to fund. It's not me coming back, oh, we're gonna have all of these changes next year. I need a lot of people, but I can't train them in that short amount of time. So how can we create a work program that we can staff at a level that could be supported after the conversation you all had tonight?
Okay, I have 4 people on the list. Mike Sigler's next.
I know kind of half of this answer, and it's the question I get a lot is that other counties like haven't assessed in like years, and they don't seem to, like the state never calls them out on it. So the question is always like, why do we when like these other counties don't?
When you pay your income tax, is it based upon your income you made this year or the income you had 40 years ago?
Well, I'll tell you my secrets, but.
So it's really, you know, really that equity issue. And, you know, just because other places aren't doing their job, should we not do our job as well? You know, most town assessors are just say, you know, don't cause any issues, but I'm here to cause you all headaches. No, but it's really, they don't put a priority on the assessment function. The public isn't well educated, and no, unfortunately, we've had 25 years of annual reassessment, and the public expects that now. I think with the market the way that it was the last couple of years and having increases every year, people are like, all right, let's try to back off. In our normal 3 to 5% maybe yearly movement and everyone getting a change every 3 or 4 years, people could understand that. You know, and also I'll call out the taxing jurisdictions, but it's so great when I hear these conversations and you talk about the tax levy, how much more are you spending? When I hear tax rates and we're gonna keep the tax rate the same, but we're gonna generate 14% more money. I think we found out this year that the public's a little bit smarter than that around here. You know, we can't have a 22% increase in the town rate and 16% increase in the town rate. And those town board members call me up and ask and say, Jay, how did our levy go up 22%? I wasn't there when you voted on it, and I don't know why. So it's, yeah, other places aren't doing their job. New York State is not enforcing it, but there's a law there, and I'm paid to enforce it.
Rich.
I will support the resolution, particularly because in the resolved it says, complete a reevaluation at 100% at least once every 4 years, which gives us the option to continue what we're doing. I think this is a good government proposal for the whole state, and I'm fine with it. Thanks.
Randy.
Thank you for this resolution together and the research and information. I appreciate that, and I will vote for it. So I do have a question. So and this has been asked for everybody else. So if we don't reassess every year, the state's just going to ignore it.
The state won't ignore it. The state would then do the same thing that they do every year. They would take a look at our assessment roll, look at where the market is, and then rather than be at 100%, we would be at 90% if the market went up 10%. If the market went up 5%, we'd be at 95% of value.
And how would they know that? Because we told them?
No, they get all of our assessment data. They verify our assessment roll. They make sure all of the assessment changes that I make are correct and we're not chasing properties that sold as opposed to properties that didn't sell, so that they make sure that everything that my office does is audited and correct. So they verify what that level of assessment is. They create that equalization rate that we adopted this year. My job is to set the level of assessment. So I said at 100%, New York State comes in, reviews all of our values, and they say, yes, this roll is at 100%. So in future years,
they actually come in and audit that stuff?
Correct.
Okay. How long does the audit take them?
I don't know exactly, because they get our file in August.
Oh, so they do it there in Albany or wherever?
In Syracuse does it. So they get our file in August. We both figure out where we're at, what work we need to do. Then they get our figure when we're done with making the changes. So typically in February, I send them our file. They run it through all of their statistical analysis, and then we come out and say, yes, we both agree that we're at X percent. In our annual reassessment, we try to hit that 100% figure.
Thank you.
Ann.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Jay. So two questions. Well, it's kind of wrapped into one. If a property had an improvement or, in that, assuming that's triggered by some notification, like they had a building permit or something like that, or a property transferred ownership, would that still trigger, under this system, would that still trigger a reevaluation?
Your first one, yes. So if they did something physical to the property, whether it's an improvement or a demolition, then we would take that value and value it as of our valuation date that's frozen for that 4 years. So rather than say in 2027, we'd say this is your value as of 2026, we'd take that improvement and move it back to 2024. So that everybody is valued as of the same date and time. For a property that's sold, no, we wouldn't change that. So the market changes that we're making, those are the ones that wouldn't be made in the interim years. Only physical changes would be made.
Only in the 4 years?
Yeah, okay. And then everyone would be valued as of that same valuation date. So everybody is equitable as of that date.
So if I bought a house, or say I had a property, 2014, we did their assessment, or my assessment, and then in 2016, I improved the property. On paper, the assessment would get changed back to 2014 because that's the date you're using, but it would be, the increase in taxes that I'd be paying would be like 2016, 17, et cetera. Does that sound about right?
I don't know about the taxes part, but the assessment part would be correct.
The assessment.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably taxes would be the same or less, but okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Greg.
Yeah, I said this in GO, Jay, as a critic of our assessment process, not the work that you or your team does, but just the fact that there's this obsession with 100%. And the fact that the state doesn't really align with what's happening across the state. I think it creates inequities amongst taxing jurisdictions within New York State. While we're trying to be equitable for all in Tompkins County, the rest of the state is not supporting a sort of statewide equity. So it's costing people more money to live here. for a number of reasons, not just the assessments. But it's the tax levies that we're putting on them that is actually costing them. But I appreciate the fact that you're willing to sort of take a hard look at the processes and come forward with something like this and have a willingness to sort of change and work with and hear community feedback, hear legislator feedback. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you to your team for always being willing to sort of take a hard look and have the hard conversations. It's important to the process, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. My team is amazing. The work that they do, how they deal with the public in the manner that they do it. You know, we're not right. We're not always right. We need the public's help to make it better. And I can't say enough about them. And they're the reason why we are the cream of the top in New York. Granted, that's not saying a whole lot when you compare us to other assessing units, but, you know, but
still the cream.
Yeah, but we are, and, you know, that's one thing I try to tell them. It's like, people don't disagree with us personally. They disagree with what the process is to begin with. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's not perfect. If I was writing the real property tax law, I wouldn't write it how it is, but you know, unfortunately, I'm just the enforcer of the law, and let's see if we can get the law changed and do something better.
Thank you.
I'm going to take a turn. I'm going to vote against this. I'm not someone that's asked for this. As painful as annual assessment increases are, they are what they are. And if you had to take the last few years, the 10% and the 12% and the 15% increases, and you save it for 4 years, I'm going to get a really big tax hike one of these days, and I'm not going to be ready for that. So I'm going to vote against this.
And that's something that we do hear a lot. You know, is it death by 1,000 cuts or one big gash is what you'd like? So it's one or the other. Any last debate? Mike Lane.
Dan, I had the same feelings that you do. I was brought to the choir on this several years ago on the annual assessment. But I do think that trying to jab the state into doing anything, and whether this will work or not, I don't know, Jay. You're much closer to the state reps than on this issue than we are. I have confidence in Jay, and as long as folks know that I'm still at this point in favor of continuing annual assessments here at Tompkins County, I would be glad to see the state try to do something statewide and would support it.
Any last debate? Let's go ahead and have a vote.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
No.
It's 1 no.
Motion carries 11-1. Amanda, do you have anything else for government
Thank you all.
operations?
Have a good night.
Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, Jay.
Nope,
All set. Drive the speed limit.
Whatever it might be.
I'll try, but that EV I drive now, that's just so hard. It's just so much fun.
Or whatever you assess to be the safest speed.
Yeah, there you go.
We're going to put a governor on it.
Energy and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Okay, folks still awake? We met Monday, August 12th. Let's see, a couple highlights that have not already been announced or discussed. Let's see. And that's totally new. I'm just picking things that are totally new to us. I don't think there was really anything totally new to us, so there were some updates on various things. So the only thing that I'll bring up because of the late hour would be that my colleague Amanda Champion had brought up about visiting an active landfill. And so we talked about that with our recycling materials management director. And so we wanted to know if other folks were interested in it. Right? Is that right, Amanda?
Amanda.
Yeah, I've been corresponding with Leo, and I'm going to send everyone an email.
Okay, so if you're interested, look for that email from Amanda. And is it possible to also, Amanda, look at a recycling site? Is that, or is it just the landfill? So an active landfill. Okay. I'll just reiterate one thing that was said earlier by a former legislative chair, Martha Robertson, that the Caswell Solar project that we had been looking at through NYSERDA, so that cannot, that is not in the works anymore because they don't have enough electricity capacity to tie into. And there was supposed to be possibly money that was available to do that, but it turned out that for various reasons that money didn't come available. So NYSERDA was not able to go forward on this project. We are hopeful that maybe there could be a couple of smaller projects on the site that wouldn't be as large, maybe a community solar project or something like that. But unfortunately, that one's not going through. And as was said, we had voted to direct any revenue from that to our green facilities. So that's a bit of a blow in a lot of different ways. And I guess just the last thing would be we had a round 2, or our planning department had a round 2 of the Municipal Parks and Trails grant, and they still had $8,000 left of their $50,000, which we decided at the committee level to not do a third round, it's being so late in the year and possibly not enough interest after 2 rounds. And so that would, I believe that Darby said that was going to go back to the general fund. So we decided not to do that. And the rest, we had the resolution, which we talked about. Our next meeting is September 9th at 10 a.m. We did reschedule our October and November meetings. So please, if anybody's attending those, please look on the legislature schedule. That's all I had.
Questions or comments for Ann? Thank you, Ann. Next up is the Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee. We met on August 5th, and the main action we took was to pass Resolution M. So I would like to move Resolution M at this time. Resolution M, Community Recovery Fund Program Awards, second award, ID 12675. Deborah seconds. Discussion. Or actually, let me say a little something first. Sorry, I'm not used to that. So on packet page 86, and all we had to work with was $26,712, so it wasn't a very large sum. We did a vote that involved all legislators. We merged their votes, and we ended up with this formula distributing the money to 4 different organizations: Unity House, NAMI, Groton Community Health Center, and St. John's Community Services. And that is that's how it played out. Any other discussion on this topic? Lee.
Just to note, disclosure, I'm chairman of the board of the Groton Community Health Care Center and was not involved in the application preparation. I don't think it requires me to abstain.
You're not a paid member of the board, are you? No. Then I don't think you have to abstain. Is that right, Maureen?
No.
Okay, good. Any other?
So it is right. He doesn't have to abstain, right?
No.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
No, there's no conflict of interest there. Any other discussion on Resolution M? Okay, let's have a vote then, please.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
12 ayes, 0 noes.
That's unanimous. That passes. Thank you. And I'll do the other resolution when it comes to item 13, agenda item 13. So any other questions before we move on? Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
Well, I know you all can't wait to hear more about our budget. We haven't had enough tonight. So I'm going to spare you it mostly, but say that we did meet on August 8th, and most of what we did are in resolutions that are going to be before us or have been before us. I will mention that we had a much more extensive review of the audit from Insero that came to us and spoke with us. As I said to you tonight, they gave you a quicker, more abbreviated version, but we did hear the extended thing. I think we took about an hour dealing with that. So we appreciated it, and certainly they were very complimentary of our finance staff, Drew, and all the help that had been given to them. Tomorrow's the employee picnic. If any of you would like to come, I think it'd be a nice thing. It's at Treman Park this year. And I think, Katrina, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't we scheduled to have the public forum for the budget on September 30?
Yes.
At what time? Did we do it at 5:30?
Yes.
Just so you may want to put that on your calendars if it's not there.
September 30th?
September 30th at 5:30.
Mike?
Yeah.
Do we know, there's two ways to get to Treman. There's Lower Treman and there's Upper Treman. Do we know which one is the picnic?
Lower Treman.
Thank you.
Mike, you have a resolution?
I have, we already did N, so I'm going to do Resolution O. And I think that's the one we have a revision for in your red packet. I'm going to move the revised version, which is, I believe, only a change in a date, if you look on the back, from 2026 to 2027. This is the Tompkins County salary and retroactive budget adjustments for Civil Service Employees Association, Inc., Local 1000 AFSCME, AFL-CIO, Tompkins County Local 855, Tompkins County White Collar Unit, number 8900 CSEA, 2024 through 2027, Tompkins County salary and retroactive budget adjustments. That's ID 12541. This is the money for the contract settlement with the white collar unit. Someone
Want
want
a
to?
second resolution? No. Rich? Any discussion on resolution No? Okay, let's have a vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
12 ayes.
12 ayes, carries unanimously. Thank you.
And the last one I have is P, amending resolution number 2024-111, appropriation from contingent fund, Human Resources Department, County Administrator search, and establishing the starting salary. That's ID 12639. I'm so moved.
Deborah seconds. Discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and have a vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
12 ayes, 0 noes.
12-0, the motion carries.
Normally, I would turn to Shauna Black, the vice chair of the committee, and ask if there's anything else to be added. Shauna is representing the Democratic Party from Tompkins County at the Democratic National Convention, which is going on right now. And so that's why she's not with us tonight.
So I just want to mention for the sake of the public that this employee picnic that was mentioned, that taxpayer money is not used for this. This is money from the vending machines, as far as I understand, right? So just for the record. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Next up is Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Travis, do you have a report on this one tonight? Veronica's not with us.
No, we haven't met since the last meeting, and we have moved our next meeting to mid-September.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Travis? Okay, thank you. And then Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. The Public Safety Committee has not met since our last meeting, but we'll be meeting next week, Tuesday, August 27th at 1 o'clock. We have a pretty packed agenda. We're going to be considering a resolution from the Probation and Community Justice Department to allow arming certain officers performing certain functions within the department, and I imagine some discussion on that. Lisa will be coming to the meeting with some proposals regarding the Reimagining Public Safety program, including the CJC, as we talked about this evening. And we're going to get some information from assigned counsel on their model. Beyond that, I just have a report from the jail. We're at 56 with 5 board outs and 1 board in. So we don't need to worry about that fund balance now. We've got a board in. So anyway, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments for Rich? Mike Lane.
Rich, I assume the board outs continue to be women?
I assume so, yes. Yes.
Which is one of the tragedies we have because of our jail space, the way we're set up, that we have to board out women. We've had to for many years, and I just think it's terrible that we do that. I'm not blaming the sheriff or the jail. It's our facility. It's inadequate.
It's certainly unfortunate, but it's also a function of we're holding very few women in our jail. So that's a good thing, I guess, but it is unfortunate that we board them out.
Okay, any other questions or comments for Rich? Rich, you have a resolution?
I do. This is appropriation from contingent fund, replacement pay and terminal pay reimbursement, Sheriff's Office, ID 12566, and I move it.
Is there a second? Randy seconds. And do you, any discussion on resolution Q? Okay, let's have a vote, please.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 12-0, the motion carries. Rich, anything else?
No.
Anything else for Rich? Okay, thank you. We're up to item 13, individual member filed resolutions. We added resolution R to the agenda. That was in your red packet. So I would like to go ahead and move resolution extension of deadline for Cayuga Health Center and Cuba International for the Community Recovery Fund grants. Is there a second? Mike Lane seconds. So we had previously set a deadline of August 30th to get some assurances from these 2 projects that they were going to be able to complete the projects within the ARPA deadlines. And we took a harder look finance took a harder look within themselves to see if we could extend that deadline a little bit. And the answer was yes, we could. So this resolution would extend the deadline by 1 month, September 30th for both of those projects. Questions, comments? Travis.
So when we talked about the deadline, part of it was we've given quite a bit of time for both these proposals to get their stuff in order to be able to get the money. I don't know what another 30 days does. I've heard Veronica loud and clear. I've heard other members of the community loud and clear about the possibilities of using those funds for some of the things we didn't fund instead of trucks and stuff for the county. So I am interested if we don't extend it and the 30th is the deadline, if there's enough time for some of those projects to be funded, if they can get their stuff in order to be funded. And if not, then the county can do what they do, seeing how we're now saying we don't need all of that time to be able to spend that money. So I can't support this. They've had 2 years. Is it 2 years? 2 years now?
Year and a half.
Year and a half to get things lined up. I don't know what an additional 30 days is going to do for them. Have they indicated they can get this done in that time if we give them 30 days, both?
So they haven't quite indicated that they can, but there are things happening on both of these projects in the next 30 days that will kind of just indicate one way or the other whether they're likely to be successful or not. So I reached out to the town of Danby and where the Cuba project is, and they were having a meeting with Cuba today. And I don't know the outcome of that at this time. And the same with the hospital. They are expecting certain things to come into play within the next 30 days that will indicate whether they think they can go ahead with the project as currently outlined or not. As far as whether we could reallocate the money in time to other organizations, somebody else will have to speak to that. I don't know, Norma or Lisa or somebody else?
Are you asking whether we can run another mini grant process while we're going through the budget process?
There's the answer.
I think we're pretty hard pressed to do that, I guess.
Okay, Randy.
When we talked about this last time, it was pretty clear that to run another mini grant process was going to be impossible after August 30th. The question would be whether we could, on the last process, where we could just go down the list again, see if those people are able to commit to those funds and spend them by the end of this requirement. I don't know the answer to that. But when I read this, and I'll read the resolved. It says that the deadline for Cuba Medical and Cuba International to provide assurances that they have a reasonable expectation of being able to meet all ARPA deadlines is extremely vague to me. So for me, it says, well, yeah, maybe, most likely, but if not, it's going to come down to us putting the money back in our pocket. That's how I look at that, because we're not going to have time to present those funds to anybody else that did that. So I would ask for an amendment before I would vote for this, to provide assurance that they will absolutely be able to meet all ARPA guidelines for their water projects extended to September 30th. That's my request for an amendment.
Is there a second to that? Travis, seconds. If I could respond. None of these projects are assured until they're done, right? Anything can happen. For instance, an organization, we know one that went out of business after they got their award. So there are no guarantees. There are deadlines, and there could be construction problems and all kinds of things. So that's why I don't think I can support your amendment. We can't guarantee any project will be done. We can have assurances that the financing is in place and permissions are in place and applications have been approved and that kind of thing. So that's my feeling. Anybody else want to speak to the amendment? Okay, then we are going to vote on the amendment. Is everyone clear what we're voting on? Did I hear a no there?
You heard a no.
Okay, can you, I'm sorry, can you read it back?
So I have, we're changing the last resolved statement to state that will, excuse me, I apologize, that the deadline for Cayuga Medical Center and Coupa International to provide assurances that they absolutely will meet all ARPA deadlines for the awarded projects is extended to September 30th.
Let's have a vote.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
No.
Susan Curry.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
No.
Rich John.
No.
Ann Corman.
No.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Dan Klein.
No.
I have 4 ayes and 8 noes. Motion fails.
It's 4-8, the motion fails. Before we go on, I'd like, Travis, I'd like you to re-ask your question. I have a feeling what was answered wasn't what you were asking exactly. You were, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're asking, basically, could we apply the money from these 2 projects to the ones on the list already?
Absolutely. I'm not talking about opening this. That would be crazy. I'm talking about what we just did with the 26,000.
Okay. So again, Lisa or Norma, can you talk to the timing of what that would involve if we do have enough time to do that, if we wanted to?
Norma, if you're available to weigh in here, I'm not certain the back and forth in terms of having to try to establish contracts with the additional agencies and proposals on the list. I'm just not certain. Sorry, Norma, your audio isn't coming through.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good, okay. No, yeah, I would, as much as I would love to see that happen, I think that if we had to go outside of the county and chase, I say chase after it, try to coordinate with the different agencies to get contracts signed within the timeline, that would be very difficult to do.
Thank you. All right, I have 4 people on the list. Mike Sigler.
No, I just wanted to say, one of the biggest things I think that came out of this money spent, and the thing that's desperately needed in this county is a mental health stabilization unit. And if that means I can give Cayuga Medical Center, or I know we have RFPs out for this, another month to kind of get that done and see where we're going, that's how I intend to go with that. There really isn't, frankly, there's no real excuse for us at this point to not have a unit like this. And we just haven't made any movement on it. And that's not, I think, because of the hospital. I think there are issues statewide with forming a center, kind of like what we're suggesting. And we just need to overcome that hurdle, and that may take time. And even if we don't use the ARPA money for that, I think that's something that we're going to have to spend money on. But frankly, I would like to keep that on the table for another month, and hopefully we can get that done. I would have the question about Coupa International. I fully support what their efforts are. I think they're a wonderful agency, and I think what they're doing is great. But didn't I just read that they got like $650,000 from Annakellis? Or not from Annakellis, our tax money, but I mean, I thought that they had just gotten a grant of New York tax money of about $650,000. So I guess my question for them, am I thinking of the right group? Did you guys not see this article?
I didn't see it, but one thing I do know about Coupa is they have more than one project going on. So our money was supposed to go to the Danby project. So I can't speak to where that state money might have gone.
Okay, no, fair enough. I mean, it was a lot. It struck me that it was a lot of money from the state. So, but if it's for something separate project, that's fine by me. And I don't mind expending that one either, so. Thanks.
Lee. Did you have your hand up? No, I'm sorry. Greg is next, and I got you.
I intend to support the resolution, and I fully respect and understand the staff's time constraint to renegotiate contracts and all of those things. So with that in mind, I would ask something else. Rather than these turning into dollars for dozers or other equipment, is there a way that we could replace county spending with these ARPA dollars to satisfy the ARPA requirements, but then use the money that we saved from the county by doing that to then put back to the list? So in essence, we're funding the same amount, but we're just buying time because of staff constraint.
At least part of the answer to your question is no, because the ARPA money had a specific set of rules around it that was more lenient than the normal spending we do. And some of these would come under the heading of gifting. In other words, we would not be, if we're sending out an RFP to build a shelter and people apply, that's not gifting. But if we just say, we're going to give this money to this organization to do this project, that tends to fall, that more quickly falls under gifting. Maury, how am I doing?
Well, you can't give money away, so yes.
Could we create a grant program for community recovery and ask, like, could you still spend the money for the intended purpose by creating a grant that we fund through tax dollars? No.
That's where we started.
It would be more restrictive.
At the very beginning, we were going to try to do exactly what you laid out. And we were then advised by legal counsel that we needed to use the ARPA funds for this purpose instead of using county funds to set up a grant program.
So we can gift county-received ARPA funds, but we can't grant county funds.
ARPA had special rules.
There was a thing this thick that said.
No, I remember the complexity of you all originally trying to decide how to spend the money. Okay, so it's either they get their act together by September 30th or it's dollars for dozers.
Yes.
Okay. That's unfortunate.
Okay, I have Rich, then Ann, then Deborah.
I will support the resolution. The Cuga Health Center proposal for a mental health crisis stabilization facility, I saw as the centerpiece of what we were doing with ARPA money, and it's transformative for our community. The idea that we would stop it from going forward because of this self-imposed deadline makes no sense to me. We can certainly try to figure out if it doesn't work, is there some other way we can get the money out into the community? But frankly, helping the county is helping the community too. So I'd say let's have that argument later. Let's see if we can get this done. Thanks.
Ann.
Yes, what Rich said, and the only thing I would add to that is that, to me, it's equitable if they are both asking for an extension to grant it to both. So I will be in favor of this resolution.
Deborah.
I'll pass.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's have a vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
No.
Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes. Motion carries 11-1. Any last, there's nothing on that. Okay. Any unfinished business? Okay, then we're going to move into executive session in accord with Article 7, Section 105 of the Public Officers Law. Executive session due to matters which will imperil the public safety if disclosed. Does anyone want to move that?
Really?
Greg moves. Mike.
Point of order?
Yes.
This will, what did you say?
It will appropriate for matters which will imperil the public safety if disclosed.
Okay.
Yeah. Did somebody second that? Will someone second that, please? Rich seconds. Can we have a vote?
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Mezzi,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
and Klein.
Yes.
12 ayes.
Motion carries. We do not expect to take any action when we come out of executive session. We're going to take a few minutes to close down the cameras, and we will start the executive session.